$100 to publish this on Steam. All right, well, I guess there goes the allure. It's just like someone actually put this on this website. All right, let's play some dwarves, shall we? So, Nitom Arkoth. So, this is the haunted fort that we started up last week and put like 16 hours into 2 days. Currently, we have 69 dwarves because a bunch of my dwarves are off exploring, I want to say a temple, I think. The fortress itself is quite large. Don't mind the miasma. I'll deal with that. It goes up through this cavern layer, all the way up to there, to here. And up here is a resurrecting biome. Everything resurrects, so we've got lots of kills on horsehair. This is running in the most recent version of the game. The outer fortress is this little wall thing with this lovely moat. One layer up, we kind of have this, and we're going to build a tower in the middle. I have an idea on how we're going to defend this fort, but I haven't really put it into action yet. Things come back to life. Oh, hey, I was wondering if that Forgotten Beast was going to come back, and it did. So there is a Forgotten Beast running around. It is Noth, which is not undead, unlike most of the creatures on the maps. It is a towering eyeless crocodile. With a swinging trunk, it is ravening. Its dark violet scales are blocky and set far apart beware its fire. It currently has no access to my fortress, so we're just kind of pretending that it doesn't exist. That is about how that is going. He's friend-shaped. I mean, I don't know what the shape of friend is, but he is a crocodile, so I'll say that much. Now he's standing in his own fire. Are you going to burn your own fat off, which they have a habit of doing? I've also seen them just catch themselves on fire and then just die to their own fire. Well, fortunately, because we're not trying to path through here, that's not going to affect our frame rate. In fact, he's losing... Yeah, his upper body is melted. His head is oozing his blood, and his head is melted. That doesn't seem good for your long-term health there, Crocky. If you weren't eyeless before, you certainly are now. He's not on fire, though. It's just hot enough that he's melting his head. I mean, he's willingly standing here. His head is running with his blood. His head is melted. His upper body is running with his blood. I will show you... I will go through dwarves in a second. And show you guys all the named dwarves and maybe name some dwarves, because we do have plenty. And there will be more. Well, I mean, his upper body's fat is gone. I mean, he just gave himself liposuction, really. I mean, look at this. His upper body's fat is gone. His lower body's fat is gone. His neck's fat is gone. His head's fat is gone. His rear left leg's fat is gone. Can you make items for Forgotten Beasts from their bones? Yes. Not from, like, all of the parts of them, but definitely from their bones. It's so red. Yeah, we're just gonna let him like do his thing. I'm literally just going to ignore him because while I could go after him, it's just not worth it. So the named dwarves in the fort currently are Bass Relic, Jimmy Tibby, Anander, Scoops, Casey, Philin for Phil, Sycon, Jack Nurek, Acre, Spiky-haired Freak, Socksmell, Kravicus, Razlime, Madanho, Axon, Woogie, Pink Fluffy Llama, Battalier, Space Pirate, Dandy Barfunkel, and Mark. And there are some more named dwarves, but they are currently out and traveling. So when they come back, we'll have, you know, those dwarves left or returning. Do we have any dwarves that are supposed to be leading right now? Doesn't look like it. So, that is the fort currently. Is the crocodile the slave to Armagh 2? No, slave to Armagh Part 2 is Dwarf Fortress. Anyway, the fortress down here, well, that needs, like, an exhaust chimney, which I don't really have any easy way of doing. Actually, I wonder. I'll bet you I could put an exhaust chimney up in here. Let's... Well, I don't know. The problem with that is, like, I need my kitchen to be in a very secure spot so that we can easily kill all of the things that come back to life in the kitchen. But there's only so much I can actually do back here. So if anybody would like a dwarf, or if you heard your dwarf's name being called, oh, because they're slave. I get it. I get it. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, just let me know, and we can get you named, because there, like I said, there is a lot of dwarves, and we're gonna have more. We do have 2 full squads that are currently not here, so 69 and 79. We have 89 dwarves currently in the fort. These over here are all of my guild halls, so they're all in the corners of this room. I do want to get this whole room. I want to remove all of the brown from the floor in here, because currently it's all schist, and I would like it to all be slate. You would like a dwarf? Do you have preference in gerb? We got military, we got mechanics, we got farmers, we got craft stores, we got no metalsmiths currently. Lots of engravers, miners, children, because that's a job. Being a child is a job. We've got babies. We've got performers. We got, what do you want? Got a little bit of everything. But plan for today is we need to build a big old tavern. Or finish building the big old tavern once we start. We need to build a library and probably proper temples. A baby. You'd like to be a baby. Let's give you Olon. Olon is Dragon Man. And she is disgusted after retching on miasma, and grouching, dwelling upon being caught in the rain, and grouchy upon being caught in the rain. She is the daughter of Madanho and Woogie, and she is a casual worshiper of Nokor, Fountain Clean, the birth of yearlings, and a faithful worshiper of the same god. And she is 1 month old, born on the 12th of Galena in the year 184. Her heliotrope eyes are slit, and her hair is clean shaven. She has a prominent chin, and her lips are thick. Her ears have small lobes. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She likes petrified wood, lead, and clear garnet, giant opossum leather, and mountain goat horn, naff fabric in the color cinnamon, large serrated discs, and cats for their leather. Or wait, what? And cats for their aloofness, not their leather. And winter melon vines for their fruit, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume herring and sunshine. Wow, that's expensive, sunshine. And absolutely hates leeches. She personally has great respect for society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and doesn't really see the point in working hard and dreams of mastering a skill. I wonder if you'll have as many kids as you did in the other fort. I mean, you're only 1 month old, so don't get ahead of yourself there. Is that miasma in the kitchen? Yes. I need a ventilation system for the kitchen. The problem is there is a aquifer not too high up, so we have to deal with that. She lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And she is quite polite and doesn't often experience strong cravings and or urges. And she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is curious and eager to learn and has a greedy streak. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to be passive in discussions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go. And my dwarves have returned from their exploring quest, where they ran up to the climactic dwelling, and the forces of the climactic dwelling searched, scraped, donned, and found nothing. Well, I mean, anyway, I got 20 more dwarves now that are popping back in. So current plan is we need to make that tavern bigger. My mayor needs some quarters, because we haven't given him no quarter. So, mayor, take quarters. There you are. You now have quarters. It's not the nicest quarters, but hey, at least they're quarters. And looks like we need to make coffers. What are we actually working on currently? We're collecting sand. Enormous glass corkscrews, which we've started. Right. So the thing that we're working on is lava's not too far down. Lava is only... Kumil has been, Rith cancels drink, interrupted by turkey gobbler head. There's a decapitated turkey running around. So what I want to do is I want to pump lava out of here, right? As you do. Which, by the way, I don't actually think has adamantine. If there is, it's like over in this corner and we haven't seen it yet. Or maybe down here. But I'm starting to think that there isn't. We're going to pump lava from down here. And we're going to pump it all the way up past my, stairwell here. All the way up through here. All the way up through here. All the way up through here. And then pour it out onto here. So right now this is a moat, right? Like a river. Well, that's going to be a field of obsidian and charcoal by the time I'm done with this. We're going to burn the surface. I ain't joking. We're going to cleanse this horrible place. Also, there's a bunch of wolf corpses out there. But yeah, that is the plan for this fortress. We're going to cleanse this disgusting forest and replace it with ash. So, yeah. Anybody else want a dwarf? Or are we good for right now? And should streamer just get to work? Because we're working on corkscrews. I need to figure out what we're going to make into pipe sections. The problem was I'd swear that you could make glass pipes, but apparently you can't. So it's like, I basically need iron. Iron or steel. It's like, I'd swear that you could, like, make green glass pipes. But apparently you can't. So as far as metals that we got, I got gold, I got shit tons of silver and tons of copper, but nothing actually magma safe. So I need to figure out something that's magma safe that I can make into pipes. That's the current problem. So if anybody has any ideas, I'd love to know. It's like, if I go into the stone, it's like, okay, calcite is useful, I guess, but like, Can I make, I can't make galena. No. So, yeah, I need to figure out what we're going to make into pipes, because I currently don't have anything I can make into pipes. Is obsidian magma safe? Yeah, but you can't make obsidian pipes. Like... And a glass furnace. Do I not have glass furnaces, though? Because I'm literally making corkscrews already. Hold up. Or can you make them just not in a magma furnace? Yeah, because I got a magma glass furnace. Like, is that the issue that I'm running into? If I just need like a normal ass furnace, I'll make a normal ass furnace. That's not a problem. It's just weird that for some reason, like there's pots, green glass discs, windows. Oh, are they called tubes? Hold up. Right. Well, that explains that. That explains that. I can make them. They're just called tubes. This is what happens when, like, whoop, Cyril's entered a martial trance. Why? I don't even know where my icon is. Oh, it's because they're fighting with these wolves. Well, let's send my military all out here. Let's just... Boys, go help. Because there's a bunch of undead wolves there, and I'm about to lose some dwarves. There's bits and pieces of things flying all over. There's also what looks like an undead dwarf in there. Yep, there's also an undead dwarf in there. Military, get over here. We need some help. This is a problem. Okay, who is the body there? Oh, Acre, you're dead. Rest in peace to the now dead alongside of the other dead. It's very unfortunate and sad that it had to end that way, but, you know, not much I can do. Are we currently in the burrow? Yes, we are. So I have to add this area to the burrow. Well, I mean, dwarves are equally unafraid of scary things, right? Undead anything is scary. But a turkey head, the difficulty of killing a turkey head is the equivalent of kicking it really hard, whereas killing an undead wolf actually requires, like, combat expertise. So it kind of depends. It's not a matter of them necessarily being afraid of it. It's more of a matter of, it's less of a matter of them being afraid of it and more of a matter of, okay, will they see it scream and then just quickly kill it, or will they see it scream and then run away? You know, it's kind of a difference between those. Because, like, in the case of a turkey head, they'll probably see it scream, be terrified, but then just kick it and be okay, right? Or stomp on it, and it'll just go and be dead. Turkey heads are very easy to kill. It's not too much of an issue. However, if there's more than a turkey head, then at that point you get to deal with issues. Also, I mean, down here there's a peregrine falcon head, which actually is very funny. If you go to the peregrine falcon head, it's a small bird of prey that is capable of great speed. They dive on unsuspecting vermin. Her brain is mangled beyond recognition. Her head is rotten. Her skull is mangled beyond recognition. Her tongue is rotten. Her left eye is rotten. Her right eye is rotten. Her upper body is gone. Her skin is it's like her upper and lower body are gone, basically. The only thing that's left is a rotten head. Which, I don't know. I kind of love those little details. You know? It's just like, the description of it's just like, it's a description of the head and everything else is gone. Like, as an example, like, a dwarf can kill a zombie horse, but if there's a zombie horse skin, that's not very threatening, you know? I'm also going to make this eagle removable. Am I supposed to get it? Because I don't. In regards to the Falcon's dive comment. Guess the question is... Quite a proper body horror? Yeah, it can be. I mean, it's not the gnarliest body horror, but it certainly can be pretty gross when it tries to be. All right, so I want something that I can dig through safely. That won't be too much of a pain in the absolute ass to dig through, that I can dig through without actually exposing myself to the surface at all. So I guess probably like right here. I need it to be able to go straight up and straight down. I guess probably the... You wonder how this kind of stuff will look in the Steam tile set? What, the look of the, like, mangled birds and stuff? Yeah, I wonder that myself, actually. Like, there's enough questions there where it's just like, I wonder what that'll look like. Nothing super crazy, I would assume. Can I dig down here? Let's do this. We're going to dig out a small square here. And that's what we're going to use as our pumping area. It's going to take him a little bit to work on that, but got a bunch of people working on those green glass tubes, which is good. And then block, rock. Just make 100. Oh, do I have... I don't think any of these are... Is slate... I don't think slate is magma safe. Rutile is. No. Slate is. Sylvite and talc is. Is orthoclase? I need to find a stone. I mean, I guess I could just make green glass blocks. Let's just make green glass blocks because we know that those will be magma safe. Yeah, I'm still super excited to see what the Forgotten Beasts look like. Although I think that anybody who plays Dwarf Fortress probably is quite well aware that we're not gonna see what the Forgotten Beasts look like until they're finished. You know what I mean? Like, I do not expect that we will see anything related to Forgotten Beasts until the game's out. As much as, like, I want to see screenshots of them, they're not going to show us anything. Tarn likes his surprises, and he's going to leave that one until the last post possible. Like, we're not going to see any of that until final day. You're down with that? What, like, not getting Forgotten Beasts until last possible second? Because, yeah, I mean, I respect it too. But there are some people that every single news update, not that many, like maybe one or two, who every single news update are like, when are we going to see Forgotten Beasts? I want to see Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, okay, but what I really want to see is Forgotten Beasts. It's like, yeah, we're not going to see them. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how excited you are. We are not going to see them. Anyway, how you doing, Erman? What's up? How's things? Also, Taigo, scrolling back up a little bit, just to kind of elaborate on the glass pipe is called a tube in DF. It just kind of proves just how infrequently I actually build pump stacks. It's like, I built one, like, I don't know, 8 months ago in Long Death, and it's been since then. How are you? I'm all right. I had a really good boiled egg this morning. That was kind of the highlight of my day. Since then, I've been streaming. We got 2 resubs, and we've just been hanging out, chilling. Working on this haunted fort where everything resurrects. How you feeling, Phil? Your dwarf's still alive, if you care to know. We have 90 dwarves in the fort currently. So, you're still an engraver. You're bored to being unable to practice martial arts. So you want to join the military. But, which means I'll probably give you that. You're missing some teeth. You got paunched. And you're very rarely feels negative feelings towards things, which is good. You, up here. Hope that they just buried that body. But yeah, that's where we are currently. We had to kill some wolves right at the start, and plan for today is we're going to try and get pump stacks set up. Which means I think for this I'm going to use air power, because that would just make sense, right? With this kind of structure thingy up here that I'm building, it would make sense to just use propellers, you know? I'll just kind of place them up here on top of this upper thing to power the thing. I was kind of like debating as to whether or not I wanted to use air power or like wind power or water wheels. I think we're going to do wind, partially because I think wind is more fun, even though it's like significantly worse. It's like factually the worst possible power. Like out of the 2 power options, it's the worst. Well, I guess 3. There's like manual dwarf pedaling on a exercise bike, to pump things. There's air power, and then or wind power, and then there's water wheels. Water wheels are the best. These are probably the worst, but I just like the way they look. That's kind of like asking somebody. I'm trying to think of an equivalent of this. That's like asking somebody who owns a private movie theater, have you thought about how people are going to come to your movie theater again when the next movie comes out? Of course. I'd be silly not to. But a Renaissance, I don't know about that. I mean, there will definitely be like a week or so of vastly increased traffic, most likely. Will I see much from that? I don't know. I think whether or not I do really well depends on a number of things, including whether or not videos that I post around the same time do well. If I post a bunch of videos and they all do really well, and I get a lot of traffic, it could be huge for me. Otherwise, it might be just like when RimWorld released, where I barely notice. So I don't know. It really depends on whether or not I just get completely swamped by the bigger channels. So, and whether or not you guys watch me or just go watch somebody else who's more entertaining around the same time, which, you know, is very much a possibility. So I'm more interested in what the Dwarf Fortress community will look like 6 months after the release on Twitch. A lot of Among Us pixel art forts. I will just say that I don't think many people will actually... I don't think that many people will play the game enough to get to the point where they could make an Among Us pixel art. I might be the person making an Among Us pixel art fort, actually. Thanks for that idea. That's not a bad idea. So, I mean, shoutouts to Victoria, who used to be Kit Fox's community manager and now works for Inner Sloth, the Among Us people. Also, there's a documentary about Among Us coming out pretty soon, which I'm curious to see. No other DF streamers, no DF like me? Yeah, but there's definitely a certain entertainment factor to someone going, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, which is, you know, what most variety streamers would do when they play games like this. I thought I went around and forbid everything on these upper layers, but I guess not. Actually, what's undead on the map right now? A couple turkey hens? Yeah, I can just... Okay, let's just turn off the burrow briefly. I have to be very careful about what's on the map and restrict where the dwarves can go. Just because, like, if there's, like, undead wolves on the map, I'm just going to lose dwarves. It's just a fact. So, currently, it's just a bunch of turkey hens, and then these are all down in the caverns. All these mutilated things. The peregrine falcon head is in the water. And I think that the dwarf that was in the river up here is dead. Yeah, the dwarf that was there is now gone. So that's good. And I have a question. Why can't you open it? What's wrong with you, Ralph? It's uneasy dwelling upon getting attacked by the undead. I mean... I feel like I would be uneasy if I got attacked by a dead thing. You want to acquire something and you want friends. You're an accomplished hammer dwarf. Yet you're not in my military. Go join the military then. I know that you're currently depressed, but go join the military and then, like, go get yourself a hammer and go. That'll acquire you something new. All right, if I go straight down here, do I have a way down? Not really. I guess, like, kind of right there is maybe my best bet. But then it'll pop me up right underneath that, which I kind of don't want. I guess, like, up here is probably, like, my best bet. I could, like, go down through that. That would probably not be all that bad. Does that pop me out at the bottom? You know, we could also do the first half, like, right next to the stairwell here. I think that's what I'll do. I'll do it in 2 halves. Let's just go all the way down to there. Ooh. Let's cancel that and go 1 tile further over. Which will work, but where I was going to build it won't. I'm just designating this pump stack here. Because I don't want to, like, you know, collide with that. You know, you've been thinking about stuff a lot lately, and I guess I'm now immune to the just world fallacy. What do you mean the just world fallacy? You mean like how everybody should be just and take care of each other? Fallacy? I guess I don't know what you mean by just world fallacy. Shit, I kind of screwed this up. It's okay, though. I can fix it. Let's seal that off. I should be able to just do. Let's come back down to that later. Make sure nobody, like, got themselves stuck in there. Oh, I mean, why would any normal, rational human being believe in that? Believe that nothing bad will happen to you if you're just a good person. I mean, there's this Iron Maiden song that I was a really big fan of when I was like 12, which I still like because it's a good song, which is Only the Good Die Young. All the evil seem to live forever. The fuck's going on? And it's a very believable little song. Well, they're collecting sand. They're just not collecting sand fast enough. Thing here I don't actually need currently. I just have too many jobs getting done. I'm going to turn 2 of my squads off and give them a break. The Dreamy Rings and Abyssal Picks. I need more hands on Dwarf. Also, shoutouts to this Billy Goat here. This Billy Goat has like 6 or 7 kills now. It keeps on killing undead eagles by kicking them, or headbutting them, or goring them. Undead eagles and undead peregrine falcons. It just keeps killing. Because, like, they show up on the map, and it just headbutts them, and they die. And I'm very proud of it. Life is just too lifey for that? Yeah, you could say that. You could indeed say that. It's just like most of my kitchen owners are going to end up with random zombie kills. And all my military dwarves are going to end up with so many legendary and otherwise kills. It's full after sticking great. Okay. Well, I mean, you're acquiring stuff right now. But yes, this currently right here is the biggest addition that we are making to the fort, which is this beautiful, and I do mean beautiful, tavern that we are building. Obviously, it still needs some work. I think it needs some engravings on the edges. But I think that this is a wonderful little tavern. In fact, you know what? Let's just queue up some engravings. Why not? Just a few along this wall. We'll even take a look at what they what they're of once they're done. I really wish that they could like stop and admire engravings. And then I think down here we'll put a temple. Either that or up here we'll put the temple. Not sure. One of the two sides we'll put a temple. And we'll also put in a library. We need to do more sprawling bedroom sprawl. Because most of these are acquired by nobody, but some dwarves still need beds. So let's just manually assign some. Because dwarves should have beds. They shouldn't be passing out in the middle of nowhere, which they definitely have been. Also, apparently some of these have been not assigned, so that's good. All right. I feel like dwarves that are couples claim bedrooms faster than dwarves that aren't. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but it feels like it. Certain dwarves just for some reason refuse to claim bedrooms. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like greedy dwarves grab them first. I don't really understand the logic of why some dwarves grab bedrooms and some don't. You finally opened this thing? By this thing, you mean Dwarfort? I'm assuming? Dragon Man has their bedroom now. Although, if you need help with things, just shout. Oh, the packaged sausage. Oh, okay. Dwarfort, too. You should open Dwarfort. Dwarfort's pretty good. Smocked. All right. And final dwarf that still needs a bed. There we go. Even though they're babies, they can still have their own bedrooms. But yeah, no, some of the fun of this is I have 2 garbage bashers. I have to independently pop them. Ooh, Bemble the Metal Crafter's been possessed. Well, that is only going to be fun, I would assume. Nothing could possibly go wrong with that. So, chat, any bets on what this dwarf makes? I really should have, like, queued up one, either corkscrews or pipes instead of corkscrews and pipes, but here we are. You know what? Let's do this. Suspend those, suspend these. Suspend those. Suspend those. So I got a lot of suspended jobs now. Meaning a lot of dwarves now suddenly have nothing to do, which means they can just go gather sand and stuff. Mason or a miner? This dwarf? I mean, it's a metal crafter, so neither. Possessed, and they are now making an artifact. And a magma forge. Which I need to make more of because I have more anvils now. A wheelbarrow? I would love it. Imagine just like an artifact adamantine wheelbarrow. I don't have any adamantines, so they couldn't make that, but an adamantine wheelbarrow or an artifact wheelbarrow would be great. I would be totally okay with having an artifact wheelbarrow. So the problem with pumping lava up to the surface is there's like an 8 Z level deep aquifer, which is not a pain in the ass at all, which we'll get to deal with. So we get to work through this awfully huge aquifer. So that'll be fun, which means I guess 1 Z level at a time I need to block the water in and do it again. I actually don't know which one's lighter. I know that the adamantine would obviously be way more valuable, which is like when... Okay, that's fine. That's in the caverns. I like when a artifact is being made, you want it to be the most gaudy, expensive, silly, goofy, over-the-top bullshit item. Like, you don't want an item that's actually, like, logical, right? I mean, maybe I'm the odd one out here, but... You don't want the logical item. Uh-oh. What do you need? You need leather, bones. Okay, you probably need bones. Apparently I have a giant kakapo. Don't need to train it. I don't know if anybody can actually slaughter that. But yeah, if you're asking which one's better, I don't know. Taylor. You want the jewel-encrusted adamantine floodgates? Yeah, it's like diamond-encrusted adamantine floodgates. Uh-oh. Wombat corpse. How's this dwarf doing now that you're training? Much happier. Well, that's good. I'm also going to overlay a couple zones on top of each other. And make these all into separate collect sand zones. Just so that more collect sand jobs can be done. That one fucked up. I don't know what the exact amount of time is. It feels pretty random. If there is a strict amount of time, I don't know what it is. Pretty quick, though. Although, once something's butchered, they're not too big of a deal. And the reason I say that they're not too big of a deal is because once they're butchered, they become like a whole bunch of really little pieces, and those pieces individually are not an issue to dispose of. The things that are an issue to dispose of are living full creatures, right? So if it's just like, let's say, I don't know, a giant kakapo's skin that came back as a zombie, not a huge deal. Like, not like they could kick that a couple of times and it'll fall apart and it'll be fine. It's an issue if there's like a undead giant kakapo in front of you. Like the full animal, pretty scary. Just the skin or just the bones or just the hair, not so big of a deal. Like an undead turkey, kind of scary. Undead turkey head or like an undead turkey skin, not that scary. You just kind of kick it once or twice and they just kind of pop. What is your dwarf's profession? You wanted an engraver, so you're an engraver. Although your dwarf wants to join the military. You want to practice a martial art. But I haven't put them in the military. I can, though. Although, frankly, I would say joining the military in this fortress is safer than not being in the military. Just because if you're in the military, then at the very least you know how to use the weapon that you're wielding, so when something undead inevitably walks towards you, you just go thwop and it dies. Instead of, you know, the alternative of not knowing how to make it go thwop and making it die. But let's just make sure that this is what that dwarf needs. A thirsty dwarf over there eating. Go get something to drink. Let's see what these engravings that we put into the tavern are. The first image is a fine Zasset Ulbach rendition of the Dented Cat. A finely designed image of a cat, a foul blendek, and a demon rat. The cat is screaming. The foul blendek is striking a menacing pose. The cat is devouring the demon rat. The image is the symbol of the climactic dwelling, a local dwarven government. That's literally our symbol that I designed myself. I hope you like it, chat. The dwarf, this is an image of Lytast, the dwarf, and dwarves by Roark. The dwarves are refusing Lytast. Lytast is weeping. The artwork relates to the removal of the dwarf Lytast from the position of chief medical dwarf of the climactic dwelling in the mid-autumn of 182 because Axon arrived, and Axon was better at being a doctor dwarf than that dwarf. This is a finely designed image by Nomal Idrindek. The artwork relates to The Soaring of the Abyssal Honesties in Union Leather. That's a book. This is an image of Basrelic, the Dwarf and Dwarves by Vakar, Roark. The dwarves are refusing Basrelic. Basrelic is making a plaintive gesture, and the artwork relates to the departure of the dwarf Basrelic from the position of expedition leader of the climactic dwelling in autumn of 182. Casey, this is an image of Casey and a glumprong bed. Casey is raising the glumprong bed. The artwork relates to the masterful glumprong bed by Casey for the climactic dwelling on Uniontheater 183. And of course, our final image, which is an image of seals by Eusteth. Good job, Eusteth, you tried. Not a bad tavern art set, I think. Thwop or be thwopped? Yeah, I mean, well, not really be thwopped. It's more like be thwopped or like get slowly stabbed to death by 1,000 cuts. All right, so let's see if that's what you needed, Bamboo. Yeah, it is what you needed. Perfect. Preferably a military one. Mace, axe, hammer, or wrestler. Of you getting fired on the tavern wall. I mean, there was one time I had a mayor that I really didn't like. He kept on demanding things, so I forcibly removed him from the position of mayor because you can just like press R and like replace them and select any dwarf from the list. And I gave it to a dwarf I liked, and then the next year the dwarves re-elected the first one that I didn't like, and I just did this every year until that dwarf started getting kind of mad, and so I drew drawings all over his bedroom that were just images of him getting removed from mayor, and eventually he stopped getting elected. And I kind of felt bad, but also it's kind of hilarious. Ex-dwarf kit. Let's give you Toulon. Toulon. Snail. Let's see, you killed a zombie peregrine falcon once. He is uneasy after being unable to pray to Alron Ivoryton for too long and doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft, but vengeful when joining a existing conflict. Generally doesn't feel anything unless he's learning performances or axe. And my axe, as they say. You're 114 years old, born on the 11th of Moonstone in the year 70. His lips are very thick and his teeth are tangled. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and he has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven, and he has a high voice. He has a prominent chin, and his ears are tall. His eyelashes are extremely short, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is gray, mixed with black, and his eyes are heliotrope. He personally sees war as a useful means to an end and sees merrymaking as a waste and is put off by trade and commerce and dreams of creating a great work of art. And he likes bauxite, zinc, and jasper, and scepters, and chains, and pigs for their snorts, and when possible prefers to consume giant muskox, sheep cheese, and pomegranate wine, and can't stand fire snakes. You worship Alron, which is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels. You have one passing acquaintance, no family or friends. He drops at any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required, cracks easily under pressure, and does not go out of his way to help others. Right, yes, I put this dwarf in here because I was like, well, I mean, you see, war is a useful mean to an end, so go figure it out, you weakling. Anyway, he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He doesn't seek out excitement and can sometimes act without deliberation. He doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He isn't particularly ambitious and is slow to trust others and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he prefers everyone lives harmoniously as possible and occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day, does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fort, Snail. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Snail? Meanwhile, we're making enormous green glass corkscrews. Welcome back, Anna Chaos. I mean, it's just like me IRL, so it's fine. We normally save rounds of beers for resubs, but we haven't had enough resubs recently for there to be a logical reason to do that a lot. All right, let's follow this dwarf, who is making an artifact for us out of metal. Mostly copper so far, which I'm fine with. I don't really want him using the silver, because we have a lot more copper than the silver. I'm seeing something on the subsection of my Discord, which I'm not going to talk about because he's posting it in there because he wants it to be private. But if you want to see some shit, go read what Cyclone's posting and subscriber screaming. Poor dude. Sorry, Cyclone, if you're watching. Party leader, we're going to party leader. We're going on a quest to avenge my brother. Elf, you have my bow. Dwarf, you have my axe. Necromancer, I have your brother, and I will bring him with us. He will follow you, and can't speak because he's missing his forehead, and all he can say is brains. It's very conversational. I mean, the brains comment actually is pretty good because we're talking about like the concept of a zombie turkey, because there's a lot of zombie turkeys on this map. Like, just imagine having an undead turkey running at you. Like, just think about that concept for a few seconds. Like, you know, everybody's used to like zombie films, you know, like 28 Days Later, 28 Weeks Later, and all that stuff. And it's just like, it's always like zombie dogs or wolves or bigger animals that could like move quickly that would be very scary. But just like think for a second about like a zombified turkey. It's like, you don't want to fight with a turkey. Like, wild turkeys are pretty big, they can fly, and like they have claws. Like you don't, and they're rather large birds. Like you don't really want to get into a fight with a turkey. But imagine a zombie turkey. Like, gobble, gobble, gobble. An undead goose. See, here's the thing. I'm a Canadian. Goose are really nice and chill animals, assuming you don't abuse them and you're not mean to them. Number one. Number two, you want to like discombobulate a goose. One, they don't have claws. Two, they don't have teeth. So yeah, they can bite you and they can peck you, but if you're an adult, you're taller than a goose. Three, you want to stop a goose from hitting you? Break its neck. Grab it. It's very, like, there's a video online of, okay. So there's a video online of the Greater Vancouver area in a public park, because there's a very brief period of time where they're like, there are too many geese here. We can now hunt them on government land, right? Which, by the way, they mean take a gun, go out into the forest and shoot geese, right? They didn't mean to do what this guy did, which was just walk up to a pile of geese in the middle of a park and break one's neck. Like, just grab it, break its neck, and take it home. Because you can literally just do that. Geese are that docile. Just don't run at them or try and chase them or anything silly. Geese are super chill. And now bugs, I mean, I've seen that episode of Black Mirror where all the bees are robots. Tygo? and like the exploding heads. So I can imagine that. I've never been within touching distance of a swan, but like I've lay down in the middle of a flock of geese before, and they're totally fine. And had them like walking past my head, like they're super chill. Yeah, well, I mean, just go look up zombie snails. Anyway, octagon cut wax opals, pigtail cloth, giant kakabo bone, river otter leather, rough brown zircons, 2 pieces of granite, and some copper bars. They have teeth on their tongues. Okay, they don't have teeth that can draw blood. I've been bit by a goose. It's not like okay, so the difference between getting bit by a goose and getting bit by something with a sharp beak, pretty, like, if you get bit by an owl, your finger's gone. If you get bit by a goose, you have a sore finger. I guess is the kind of difference I'm trying to make. Like, I'd be much more afraid of a zombie owl than a zombie goose. They get big? I will never understand this American fear of geese. Because it's all of my American friends that are just terrified of geese for some reason, and I will never fully understand it. Geese are the chillest big birds. Like, I feel safer around geese than I do around ducks. Ducks are more violent than geese. Like, I'd rather be around geese than seagulls, too. Seagulls are, like, brazen thieves that will try and steal whatever you're eating, regardless of where you're eating it. Guess I could just suspend the corkscrews for a bit. Do that. Geese are just like big family critters, right? Like they care about their family, and if you fuck with their family, they will beat the crap out of you. So like if you treat them like any of the characters from Fast and the Furious, you know, like if you hang out with them as a crew, they're a bunch of great dudes, right? But if you punch one of their brothers in the face, they all start chanting family and then beat you into a pulp and run a truck over you multiple times. So as long as you're just like chill around them, they're great. Same with geese. As long as you're chill around geese, geese are great. The second you like run at one of them or chase one of them or startle one of their children, you know. Other species of geese? I'm only talking about normal ass geese. I don't talk about your other species of geese. There's one type of geese. It's geese. White geese, Canadian geese, they're both chill. Got them both around here. Badrock, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. Well, goose is a single geese. Geese is the plural of geese, so. It's not geese and goose. It's a goose or a group of geese. This is a genuine question. What is it with the internet and being so entertained by the concept of things said in plural? There's something about the internet where everybody is just like obsessed with saying something in the plural incorrectly. And I don't know what that is, what it is with the internet and that. But people are just so goddamn entertained about incorrectly saying the plural of a thing. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Bedrock? Come on, we've only got 2 people posting beers. I need like 15. But like sheep, I've seen shoop and sheep. I've seen moose and meese because the plural of moose is moose. I've seen octopus and octopussy and octopuses, which are both incorrect. It's octopode. That's correct. It's like I don't know. I will never fully understand, like, this weird fascination with the internet and incorrectly saying things. A copper chain! Ooh. It depends on the type of octopus. Also, Octopuses, yes. Octopussies, no, which is what I said. Geese and probably other waterfowl will adopt other babies amongst other groups of geese and water off. But anyway, I don't understand. My point still stands. I don't understand what is up with the internet and their fucking fascination of incorrectly using plurals of things. But Bamboo, metal crafter, has created Kinderak copper chain and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 48,000. The oaken bitterness. Yeah, sheeps is another one. A flock of sheep. Actually, what is the plural of sheep? Now that I think about it. It's like a flock of sheep would be like a bunch of sheep. Because I don't think... hold on. I need to Google. What is the plural of sheep? What is the plural? I mean, what is the plural of moose is the first thing that pops up. Sheep. Plural of sheep is sheep. Okay, so it's exactly like moose. The plural of moose is moose. Anyway, a random Google aside, I will go back to reading this very long description. This is a copper chain. Our Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushion granite cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of giant kakapo bone and wax opal. And wax opal. On the item is an image of Inual fish pillars, the dwarf, and a copper high boot in copper. Fish Pillars is raising the copper high boot. The artwork relates to the masterful copper high boot created by the dwarf Inual Fish Pillars in the climactic dwelling in Uniontheater in the mid-autumn of 182. The artwork relates, and then on the item is an image of dwarves. And granted, the dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Uniontheater by the climactic dwelling of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 180. On the item is an image of cloth and brown zircon. On the item is an image of Tekud, Diamond Grip, the dwarf, and dwarves in River Otter Leather. In River Otter Leather. That's hard to say. Tekud, Diamond Grip, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Tekud to the position of King of the Crimson Pulley in the year 1. On the item is an image of 2 giant leopard geckos in pigtail. I'm sorry, what? Plural of sheep is a ship of sheep? That's a new one. Never heard that before. That's sheep there. That is indeed sheep there. That is sheep that. All right. Well, I think I'm going to put that chain up in here for right now, just so I don't lose it. We'll worry about what we'll do with it later. What are we knowing about Abomination? Also fun username to say, by the way. I like names that are fun to say. That's a good username. So you get like a 9 out of 10 on the funness scale to say of that username. Ayo, Axon. One of the arts on the tavern wall, Axon, is a dwarf crying because they lost their job because they were removed from the position of chief medical dwarf and you were put in the position of chief medical dwarf. Just thought I'd, let you know. Also, a turkey gobbler corpse is attacking my manager, or was. There's now a dead turkey gobbler over there. Well, it's a re-deaded, actually. Turkey gobbler. All right, so once all those are done, we can run down and smooth all of them. Once I build this tower, I will build the power for it, and then we'll know how much power we need. Hello, stupid. How is stupid? Why are you grossed out by the concept of undead turkeys? What's so gross about the concept of undead turkeys? I'm just very amused by the concept of undead turkeys. There should be artifacts about artifacts that haven't been made yet. You mean like quantum artifacts? But how would you be able to make an artifact about an artifact that hasn't been made yet? They don't know what the artifact is then. They'd be all like decaying? Isn't that generally what zombies are? Hold on, I'm just gonna go to Google and see what it gives me when I type in zombie turkey. Zombie turkey. Apparently there's a song about a zombie turkey. Well, Google delivered. I don't know who owns this art. It's covered in stock photo image stuff, so I'm sure it's fine. Shoutouts to iStock photo image for providing this wonderful rendition of a zombie turkey. Oh yeah, I mean Tarn's talked about prophecies, hasn't he? Also, there's zombie turkeys and Plants vs. Zombies. So. Let's find an image of a turkey that's walking around with an arrow all the way through it. And it's like, fine. What the fuck? Anyway, there's some interesting shit if you Google zombie turkey. Not going to show that image. You hate that so much? What, the zombie turkey? I'm sorry? I'm very amused by it, so. You doubt it's fine? I mean, it's walking around. It's not bleeding or anything. I guess, like, it's maybe a Phineas Gage situation where it just got completely impaled on a thing and, like, didn't die. I mean, he got, like, slight minor case of major fucking brain damage, but, like, you know, aside from the major fucking brain damage, it was fine. He acted a little odd after that. Isn't that the story of Phineas Gage? That he was just a little strange for, like, the rest of his existence? Well, no, headless roosters are something different, because a headless rooster is a dead rooster whose muscles are firing. Because when you die, you seizure, often. Especially if it's a violent death. Like if you die of natural causes and you slowly get weaker and you die, that's one thing. But like if you're beheaded or if you die violently and quickly with a lot of blood loss, it's quite common for all of your muscles to keep firing a little bit. Mike the Headless Chicken lived for 18 months. Sure, whatever. But like, it's very common for chickens when they get their heads removed for their muscles to keep firing. I feel like there's probably more to that story than just a chicken with its head cut off, because if you cut the head off of a chicken, they die. That also sounds like urban legend / bullshit reposted myth to me, but I've never heard of this, so I hesitate to believe it. Lots of things are documented that are fake. See Onion as an example. It's gross? Okay, well, it sounds like it doesn't need to be shared, but that's also not what I'm talking about, so. Okay, well then it wasn't headless. If it still has like a chunk of its brain left, that's not a headless chicken. That's a severely injured chicken. Okay, well then it's not headless. A headless chicken is a head that you take scissors and go pop and head gone. The resurrected hair, I don't know. Complain about that to Tarn. That's not headless. That's a chicken that still has part of its head. Sorry, but not headless. Doesn't count. Neither do I, really, to be completely honest. Barbershops are suddenly more dangerous. Barbershops are suddenly worth going to. I'm just going to dump all of these boulders all the way down here. I just want them out. Gone. Kaput. Bye-bye. Barbershops in this realm. Imagine when you try to trim your beard as a dwarf and then, like, the braid that you cut off just, like, strangles you. I don't need fields of resurrected bits because we run through, stamp them all to death, and crush them. They go away real quick. Actually, the gross part about this realm is the fact that all of these are fingers. These are wormy tendrils, which are literally fingers that grow from the ground. And all of these zeros, all the white zeros and like lowercase O's are not actually tree trunks or beehives like they would be on any other biome. They're staring eyeballs. The real reason why dwarves don't shave is because they're too scared that their beards will resurrect and strangle them to death. Enormous corkscrews, numbers are dropping. Same with the glass tubes, numbers are dropping. All right, I'm gonna let you guys follow this dwarf for a second. I'm just gonna go take a real quick leak. As you know, 2.5 hours of streaming, and I've had almost 2 cups of coffee. Be back in a sec. Gobble yourself. Bark, 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 bark. Oh yeah, that's good. Means I didn't miss much. Hey, it's done saving. Perfect. The forever save? It takes about a minute in this world. But this world's also pretty big, so. I'm definitely not upgrading my buildings in Cookie Clicker right now. Don't accuse me of crimes I haven't. I definitely don't have a frenzy that I gotta click on for the next few seconds. Just hold out for a second. But yes, saving. Saving. I mean, obviously it's done saving, but you know. Like I said, don't accuse me of crimes that I haven't committed yet. I mean, I guess I'm committing this one right now by playing Cookie Clicker. Anyway, those cookies have been clicked. Can't do other things. Upgrade that. Upgrade that. I'm just upgrading my buildings. Okay, now we can go back to playing. My taskbar stresses you out? Like those people that never close tabs? Yeah, but the difference is I have nothing on my desktop, really. Or rather, I have some folders on my center desktop, which are just my DF installs, that's it. Like, the taskbar is literally just stuff. I mean, here, I can actually go in and remove a bunch of them. Don't ever use that. Don't ever use that. Don't ever use that. Don't ever use that. No, that one stays. Yeah, there you go. I just removed like 4. But yeah, no, I mean, it's literally just all of the software I use every day. Yes, Brogue needs to be on there. Because I play Brogue almost every day when I'm not streaming. But like that's my long death install. This is a different install of DF. Cookie Clicker, which is just there right now. And then Mudlet to play the mud that I play. Premiere, Xbox Game Pass, Epic Game Store, Windows Explorer, like Spotify, like all the shit that I use literally like every day is just there. So, RBS, OBS, yep. Which is currently running. It's like all of the stuff that I use every day is right there. You declared tab bankruptcy? I mean, my browser currently has 4 tabs open. YouTube, Twitch, the noise machine, and my email. That's it. Unless you count Twitch chat. What the fuck's wrong with Audacity? Also, no, I record it in Audacity. I edit the podcast in, well, Audition, which is not on my tab bar because I only need it once a week. But what the fuck's wrong with Audacity? What are you going to yikes me for about Audacity? You better apologize to Audacity. Well, actually, Dark Audacity specifically. You better apologize to Dark Audacity, or I might have to time you out for that. That's what you were worried about? Editing Audacity is a nightmare? You're a fucking nightmare, you dweeb. Jesus, man. Learn about some good, useful software. Fucking, you edit a podcast in better software, and you tell me that it's better than Audacity. Go get your own podcast. Don't you fucking yikes me about what I use for my productivity that I've used for years, man. Come on. How dare you have the audacity to say something bad about Audacity? I mean, normal mainline Audacity is pretty bad because like they track everything that you do and like own all of your recordings and don't use normal Audacity. But like Dark Audacity is great. The fuck's wrong with you? Clever? No, you're not clever. See you in 600 seconds. Or at the very least, bang. There, die. That one line. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of open source software, right? There's dozens, if not thousands, of forks that don't have the spyware in it. So just don't use mainline normal ass Orange Audacity, and you're good. I'm using Dark Audacity, which is a how rude? Says the person who was rude to my favorite piece of recording software that's literally free and open source and better than anything else. The only reason I use Audition, and I'm actually going to stop using Audition in 6 weeks, because I had a coupon to get a cheaper year's subscription to Adobe's bullshit, expensive garbage software. So I'm using it because I have it, and I'm going to uninstall it in a couple of weeks because I will have to pay a lot of money again. And I also can't wait to stop using Premiere and plan to swap from Uh-oh. Why are there drowning dwarves? Well, time to lock the dwarves back inside. And I will swap to Olive or some other open source editor as soon as possible because I don't really like DaVinci Resolve, and their terms of service scare me. So, but don't you ever talk shit about literally the best recording software in existence. It's like talking shit about VLC Media Player. The fuck's wrong with you? It's like talking shit about OBS. The fuck's wrong with you? You wouldn't ever get a single episode of a podcast if it wasn't for Audacity. From me, anyway. Oh, why didn't you say so in the first place, you simple-minded twit? What? Audacity is way too common. Like, dude, that shit's the most basic fucking cookie-cutter, easy-to-use stuff in existence. Anyway, I mean, I'm just gonna lock them outside. The File Force of Darkness has arrived. Just going to turn off my military real quick. Turn off this. Make sure that's on. It is. It's humans and goblins. I think it's the same faction. Let's find out. It's a rendition of the Bad Monster. A superiorly designed image of 2 prickleberries. The image is a symbol of the hate of praises of goblin civilization. This is the first time I've seen them attack me with humans, though. I mean, it's okay. Fucking Axon's used to it being the Axon bashing, so. You're the one who said yikes at me using free, open source, easy to use, simple software. Of course, it's going to be the Axon bashing show for the next, like, 9 hours. So, I hope everybody got your tickets ready for the Axon bashing show, because we're going to make fun of Axon for the next, rest of the day. That's a lot of beak dogs, Jesus. Also, if it's too much, Axon, tell me to fuck off. I'll shut up. What was Windows trying to tell you, that the assault was moat, not that it's an assault by a moat? Yeah, and trolls. You know what I haven't seen in ages, actually, is a goblin army that invades me with ogres. I remember seeing that a couple of times, a long time ago, and it's been a long time. No, they've been working together for a while. It's just, this is the first time I've actually seen them both show up at the same time. All right, let's just erase this. Was that the name? Wait, hold on. What? I will look at the names of the beak dogs once I have the fortress sealed up. I know that there's an undead eagle right there, but it's okay. I was hoping it would stay there. I was hoping that that undead eagle would stay right there so that I could catapult it into space. All right. Let's fly down to here. Goblins made friends. The goblins enslaved friends, more like. Let's lock the front door. Okay, cool. Shoutouts to Adil, who the butcher strikes the eagle corpse in the head with his copper shield, and the injured part is crushed. And the butcher says, "I was attacked by the dead. I'm not upset by this." Sir, you attacked the dead. That's not how that works. You're the only one who did the attack, and the eagle was just there. All right, let's just sit here and wait. Get catapulted. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Sooner rather than later. Dwarf? Nobody pulled the lever? Did I pull the wrong lever? I pulled the wrong lever. Okay, oh, okay. They literally pulled the lever while okay. So they did pull the lever, I just missed it. So wherever that eagle corpse ended up, I don't know. Oh, there it is. It's over there. Oh, Dwarf got it. That's good. How did you get up there? Casey? What? I have several questions. Is there a particular reason why you are up there? I suppose we'll have to figure this out at some point. I mean, I don't know if you, maybe, I assume so, theoretically. It would just be a matter of timing. Or I think it would probably be better to reanimate it and then catapult it. Why are you asking about reanimating? The thing is, like, consistently reanimating things is difficult. So, I mean, probably, but the question is, would you be able to do it consistently? And that I don't know about. I could say pretty safely, I don't think it would be worth the effort. What's much better is just, like, make the baddies walk onto a pile of corpses and then just, like, have a necromancer hanging out behind a wall and then open a window so the necromancer sees the enemy army and they go, ah! And then bits and pieces of baddie fly everywhere because they throw stuff at the necromancer, and then the necromancer proceeds to res a bunch of, like, the corpses underneath them because they see scary things, and then they start fighting with the corpses, and then the vampire reses more corpses, and then rinse repeat. So, how many humans are on the map? It's actually not that bad. I mean, like, I could maybe fight them. I do have, what, 34 military dwarves? Kind of just don't want to. I kind of just want to work on this, what's it called? I kind of just want to work on this deep pit that I'm working on. So we're just going to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I find that zombies, especially like controlling friendly/smart zombies, is so tedious in Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of not worth it in its current iteration. Yeah. Especially because half the time you just end up creating self-destruction bombs that do more damage to you than the enemy. Wogarden, thank you very much for the 6 months. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Wogarden? Please and thank you. And of course, to those of you who partake, a happy 420. Smoke them if you got them, I guess. The weed memes are pretty good today. Gotta throw that out there. But how's things, Wogarden? Go down here. Oh, great. Mechanic's been missing for a week. Don't know what happened to you. Oh, they're fighting with corpses. I mean, I guess, I mean, they're these two zombies right here are actually, like, being very helpful. Those two dwarves that decided to drown not so long ago, they're, like, scaring the goblins and, like, doing damage to them as they try and walk by. That's actually kind of amusing. When you haven't seen in 5 years, that's cool. Always nice to catch up with people. But currently, if anybody has any questions about pump stacks or anything, just shout them at me. All that we're really doing right now is just digging out the space where it's going to go. The bottom half's going to be easy. It's the top half that I'm not looking forward to. But we are making progress, so that part is good. So, chat, how many of you guys have downloaded Shotgun King and tried that out? So I'm just way too enthused by that stupid little game. It's just way more fun than it has any logical right to be. It's like I think that somebody said it pretty well on YouTube comments. I can't remember who it was, but because I saw the comment when I just woke up. But it's literally just I thought that movement-based roguelikes were kind of done. It's like, no, there's clearly still more new ways that you can make things interesting. And I liked that game enough that I'm now giving Punk Cake Deluxe. Ooh, okay, well, you're okay. I'm now giving Punk Cake Deluxe their $5 a month on Patreon to get the one game a month. Instead of having to spend like $8 Canadian on a game once a month. Now just get whatever game they make, so that's kind of neat. So you make these alternating empty spots on the floor, and they will power each other through the base. Pretty close to the bottom of it, too. Then we just need to build the pump stacks all the way up. And then once we build the pump stacks all the way up, then we just have to do the second half of it. Then we need to figure out how much power we have, and then we need to hook the whole thing up to power, and then... or how much power it'll require, then we build the power that we need, and then we hook the whole thing up to power, and then we press the on button with a lever. It'll all be good. I can't wait. It's definitely been a quiet start to the stream today, though. A dwarf sneezing in the pump stack, direction and everything crashing incoming. No, but like I'm generally pretty good at building these to the point where like I can't actually remember the last time I had one fail. Usually like if something's gonna fail in one of my pump stacks, it's not because I built it wrong, and it's not because the dwarf did something. It's usually just because I accidentally deconstruct something after it's done. Like, that's the only time I've had problems with pump stacks in recent memory, is because, like, I accidentally told them to deconstruct something, and then that destroyed something. And me telling them to deconstruct something made something fall apart. That's usually the cause of it. If something breaks on one of my pump stacks, it's usually because I told them to deconstruct something accidentally when I didn't mean to. What is going on here and why? I'm pumping lava to the surface. I think that's both of the things. I'm building a pump stack to pump lava to the surface so that I can have a lava trap on the surface and get rid of the annoying water that my dwarves keep drowning in and have just obsidian instead. Basically, I'm going to turn the surface into a smoldering mess rather than a haunted wasteland full of undead corpses. Pretty simple, to be honest. I'm not sure what else there is to explain here. But I'm making pieces for the pump stack out of glass because it's magma safe. It's all going to be made out of glass, which would probably be really cool looking if you think about it. And that's basically all there really is to it. I don't really know what else to say. But maybe you have to elaborate more on your question. I'm not sure what information you're looking for. Yeah, you didn't specify any details. You just said, what's going on here? So I said, what's going on here? You get it from layer to layer by stacking pump stacks on top of each other, and if the alternating holes allow power and space for liquids slash power to pass through. So it's like, so that you can have the one below it powered by the one above it, so you only need to power the one at the top of the stack instead of all of them. So the alternating thing lets basically like little gears connect. Hey, cutest, how's things? Managed to make it in a little earlier today, unlike yesterday. Let's do this. And then the lava's going to be pumped up from down here. I don't know what that means. Cutest. What does that mean? I have a question. Actually, so I just hovered over that emote. So Twitch has a global emote, which is I'm typing. Question. At what point would you type that emote in and then start typing instead of like just typing? That is a very redundant emote. You shush. I guess we now just have more useless emotes, courtesy of our friends at Twitch. And people are impatient. I mean, aren't people always impatient? You'd use that when you are sending and receiving walls of text. I don't know. That just seems like a completely redundant waste of an emote. But I don't know. Well, if people tend towards impatience, then why don't you just like post the emote? I mean, people also tend towards insulting me for using free and open source software. So I guess it is fair to not trust people. These emotes at least mean something? I mean, sure. So first you stab me, and then you're like, oh, I just meant to scream. Mm-hmm. This guy. Chad, why do I put up with this kind of abuse from my community? It's okay, man, because I like the abuse. Oh, way out. I got this song stuck in my head again. Great. Nothing to see here, folks. Just another earworm. Your brain is done? At least you have one. Many world leaders seem to pretend they don't. Means you're doing better than them, at the very least. Because at least you have one. Anyway, speaking of your brain being done, how's your day been, cutest? Okay, that was freaky. School bus drove by the house and was braking. The brakes made the exact same zombie surprise sound from Project Zomboid at the exact same pitch and the sound, and you just leapt out of your chair. Are you sure that that happened and it wasn't just Axon typing in an exclamation point stab? Like that. Because that did just happen. Also, I'm not gonna get very far playing DF in Twitch chat. It's funny because like I'm completely immune to it at this point. It's more for startling chat than startling me. Like it's just like I hear that I'm like, oh yeah, what? If Twitch had a tagline, it would just be a shrugging emoji. You know, that's actually not too far off. But at the very least, you know, Twitch doesn't actively fuck us over. They just, like, occasionally, unintentionally fuck us over. Unlike certain other, like, third-party platforms that claim that they're going to be way better to their audience, and then they're just like, yeah, actually, we just fucked all of you guys. Get wrecked. I don't know. I work pretty hard. Slate blocks. Chat, on a scale from 1 to Dwarf, how hard do you think you work? By the way, dwarves work like 6 weeks straight. Sometimes it takes them like 4 days to walk into a fortress if they're walking slowly. But they do need alcohol to get through the working day. Oh no, a Forgotten Beast has come. A gigantic okay, the Forgotten Beast Bolthon has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of salt. It has a pair of squat antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Where are you? Okay, so there's now 2 Forgotten Beasts on this map. There's both on... Ah, there you are. This Q, and then the fire-breathing freak. Meaning this may end with us having an undead Forgotten Beast running around. you can't knock their alcohol needs. You're not that far behind them. Fair enough. We'll have to keep an eye out for if they fight. Twitch is the only streaming platform that is big enough that I can stream Dwarf Fortress and new people find me. If I went to any other platform, even YouTube, there just isn't enough people searching for weird stuff. And Twitch at least works well enough that, you know, you guys can find me. I know that might sound kind of weird, but like a lot of these smaller streaming platforms don't even have game directories for things like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarves have time to party, you do not? What are you doing right now? I mean, you watched me yesterday for a good few hours, and you've been here for a good hour and a half to 2 hours. You could go party for a bit, probably. Unless you're working. But even then, everybody has time to party, just most people are smart enough not to. Technically you're working? I wonder how many people in chat right now are technically working. I mean, I'm technically working. All right, let's channel this from above, which is right from there. So now we just need dwarves to come down here and dig a channel. Krabicus is technically conquering the world? Nobody's doing a very good job of that right now. In any sense. Or it's a wee bit laggy currently, but for good reason. There is like 94 uninvited guests here. Also, this salt beast and this fire beast that are right next to each other. Ooh, excellent. Okay. So, this is a hairless or an eyeless crocodile with a long swinging trunk, and it is ravening. Its dark violet scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its fire. versus Bolthon, a gigantic quadruped composed of salt. It has a pair of squat antennae, and it squirms and fidgets. This could go either way, I think. But with random bits of downtime? I get it. It's underwater, or it could fire at it. Oh man, please don't leave the map. That would be so unfortunate if they left the map and fought off map. No, don't leave map. No. I want to watch them fight. Gonna leave the map. God damn it. It left our vision. Man. Much disappoint. I mean, I used to do 70 hours a week, but I've learned that bragging about the number of hours that you do per week is unhealthy for people, assuming yourself. So if I actually count up the number of hours I do a week, I do pretty close to that, if not more than that, most weeks. It's just I have a job that's considered, air quotes, fun. So even the downtime of my job, like editing the podcast that you like to listen to and the streaming 14 hours a day, a lot of people don't really wrap their mind around it. So I think like bragging about or talking about the number of hours one works is actually kind of unhealthy for everybody as a whole, just as a society at this point. Especially because nobody should work that much. Get back here and fight for our amusement? I know, right? Like, it's fucking... How dare you leave the map? I mean, I could like go poke more holes in the walls, but then I risk them coming back out. All right, well, got that all full. Let's just fill this in so that no big scary monsters come piling in here. Fair enough, Anna. My statement still stands, though. Of just the, I don't think it's nice or wise to talk about one's busyness in an hour's sense. I mean, Axon, you on the topic of stupid numbers of hours worked, Axon, you used to watch me in the days when I would stream 50 to 60 hours a week, and when I was still working 30 to 40. So I'd be working 30 to 40, plus streaming 50 to 60. I think you watched me in those days. A content creator makes me throw up in my mouth whenever I read it out loud. Same with influencer. Although influencer's worse than content creator. It's like, hey, let's degrade all of the journalistic and interesting actual work that you do and just call you a content maker. I hate it. Creator and consumer of content. That's all I make is content. Content to populate websites for corporations that never say thank you. So once these holes are dug, I can start actually building the pump stack. Which is a big wee. All right, so machine, screw pump. Pump from the north. We want you to pump from the east. Oh, duh. This is the bottom floor, of course. I always forget the bottom floor only needs one hole. Because it needs to be supported by the ground below it, instead of the pump stack below it. Place that boulder there. So green glass because it's magma safe, and then the enormous glass. Wait, what? No, they did not make very many of those. So I can now just like, I don't know, put a block right here, granite, and 2 more granite boulders there, and then it's just a matter of waiting for them to build that first one. Let me keep the second one. Let me keep the third one. In fact, I could go one above right up here and then say capital M, S, pump from west, and then green glass block, enormous glass corkscrew, enormous glass tube. Screw pump, pump from the east, move up 1. Green glass, green glass, green glass. Screw pump, pump from the east. Move up. No, pump from the west, duh. Green glass, green glass, green glass, green glass. Screw pump, pump from the, now I do pump from the east. Green glass, green glass, green glass. Screw pump, pump from the west. Green glass, green glass, green glass, green glass. Screw pump, pump from the east. Move up 1. Green glass, green glass, green glass. Screw pump, pump from the west. Move up 1. I think that was the right one. I have to make sure that I get these right, because if I get one of them wrong, the second I get one of them wrong, I have to redo the whole thing. We could all use a little change. Wait, what? The years keep coming and they don't stop coming, and eventually, if you sing that song too many times, then you will learn that the vocalist of that song is a white supremacist. And then it becomes way less funny. But also still pretty good meme. He just finally, like, sang himself into the dirt, I guess. Green glass, green glass, green glass. No fucking way. Go look it up. Started shouting white power on stage. Oh, he definitely ended up with the shape of an L on his forehead. Absolutely. Although, to be totally fair, I think that band should have stopped performing like a decade ago, maybe longer. 2 decades ago, even. Fucking Smash Mouth, man. I'm gonna store that in a bin, okay. I don't know the guy's name. I also have no interest in knowing the guy's name. Eaglehead. Maybe he meant milkshakes? I doubt it. But, you know, maybe that's what he meant, sure. Which means instead of that, of like the years stop coming and they don't stop coming, instead of that meme, let's just go back to Bustin' Makes Me Feel Good, because that is still a pretty great meme. Because bustin', 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 bustin'. You know. When it comes to dumb, endless, and also the best. You know, just because nothing's wrong with Dave Grohl. He's the best, naturally. And we're going to be the best. The best, the best, the best. You know, that might actually just be my favorite, like, endlessly repeating song. Internet joke. What, the best? Like the actual song, or like the repeating the best, 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 the best version? Like which are you talking about the actual song? Because yes, the actual song is pretty good. Yeah, it is a good song. It's a little bit boring, but it's as far as like that type of music goes, it's pretty good. I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's the best, but it's pretty good. What's stopping you, Frog? That's the important question. I've got a Riker Googling status picture for you. I mean, if you're linking shit, you know I can't click that, right? Like, you're just like, this song slaps so hard. It's like, well, as long as it's for the rest of chat and not me, because you're not going to get me to click it. Sector 420, it's true. It's okay. He's in incognito mode. That has unironically become my favorite, like, joke Twitter account. Incognito mode. Not stealth mode. Incognito mode. He's Googling. He's in incognito. Naturally. So they put all the pieces onto this. Now we just need masonry. It's ironic that they need masonry for something made entirely out of glass. That's just kind of funny. Go up to here. Machine, screw pump. Pump from the west. Oh, all the stuff I need. So it's literally like we're back to just waiting for parts. Another narcissistic selfie. Should I add this to my list of reasons of why you should uninstall Instagram? Because I need to... I made a list of reasons for every reason. So when I deleted my Facebook account, I literally sat down at my computer with a blank text document, and I wrote down every single thing I liked about Facebook, and then I wrote down every single thing I hate about Facebook. And the things that I hate about Facebook so vastly outweigh the things that I liked about Facebook. Was like, yeah, okay, I'm deleting this. You should try that about any app or piece of social media that you don't like. Sit down and be like, write a list of everything that you like about it, and then everything that you dislike about it and how it hurts you. It's like I recently reinstalled Twitter on my phone because I'm like trying my best to like actually use Twitter for what I need to use it for as part of work. And it's been all right, although I have a limiter on it so that if I use it for more than 10 minutes on my phone in a day, it stops allowing me to post. Like, it locks me out of the app until midnight. So that's fine, because my phone has pretty strict limiting things on it for just mental health purposes, right? So I like my phone for that reason. It locks me out of it after a point. But, like... Oh, probably. Frog. Although in real life, I don't think glass can pump lava. So, I don't. Actually, there's probably some glass that won't melt lava, like obsidian glass, maybe. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, that's my recommendation. Is like if you want to delete your Instagram account, just sit down and write down a list of reasons as to why you would delete it, and then write down another list of reasons as to why you don't want to delete it. Also, out of curiosity, just because you mentioned it earlier, Anna Chaos, what kind of business do you run? I'm genuinely curious. Stopped using Facebook years ago. Sure, but like everybody still uses Instagram. For some silly reason. The reason you stopped using Facebook is because there was someone on there that was trying to convince you to drink their dog's urine. I'm going to just say what I always say with everything that you say, I are stupid. I have a really hard time believing some of the crazy ass shit you say. Like, just genuinely, I do. And that is, again, like one of those, okay. I'll leave it at that. That's strange. You shouldn't drink anyone's dog's urine. Well, I would say valid reason to stop using Facebook. All right, we're gonna need new alcohol soon. We've given birth to a girl. I think my ramble about work scared some people away, chat. Let's meditate on lightning. That sounds electrifying. Where are we building? Down here? Let's follow you. I would just simply say delete your account. You don't need to worry about making a final post when your thing gets better. Unless, like, you're actively using it, there's no logical reason. Also, all of those services, like Facebook, Instagram, and all that, let you download all of your data. And if for some fucked up reason you're in a position in the future where you need to make a new account, you can re-upload your data and have the same account. So, like, just download your personal, request your data, download it, and delete it. Like, there's no reason for you to, like, have to deal with emails or any kind of data tracking from one of those companies if you're not using it. Who gives a fuck about your ex? And, like, I had to explain this to my parents recently. I was like, who actually cares? Nobody should. You removed a few constructions from adventure mode, and guess what? The wrong zone bug is entirely gone. You mean the thing that was stopping them from moving? Huh. Always back up your data, or data, or data, or that, I don't, how else can you say data? That's strange. That bug still bewilders me, dude. Like, that is one of the most perplexing bugs not that I've ever seen, but one of the most perplexing bugs I've seen in DF recently. So you're saying, like, just demolishing some objects in adventure mode. Question, did demolishing some objects in adventure mode fix the bug, or did reclaiming the fortress fix the bug? It's an odd bug. It affects supposedly only maxed out embarks, like biggest possible size. I mean, I guess that would be why I've never seen it then, because I never make embarks the maximum possible size. The bug comes with some issues with constructions. Huh. Fascinating. That sucks. I'm sorry you had to deal with that bug for so long, but also I'm glad it's done, I guess. That's whack, dude. We're building pump stacks today. That's the plan for today. Pump stacks. Building big old stacks of pumps. I clicked the cookie, chat. Oh no, backfire. I don't want a sinister red evil cookie that gives me a clot. All right, gotta ignore that one. Yeah, it's an extra reason. It's because it's not part of your life anymore. You know, honestly, like, there are certain things I wish I could tell my ex about. There genuinely are. Like, there are some things that I, honest to God, wish that my ex was aware of. But there's this reality, which I think a lot of people need to come to, especially anybody in a even remotely similar position to me, where it's just like you're still bitter after X number of months / years, years in my case. They don't give a shit. Like if they don't want to communicate with you at all, is they don't fucking care. So literally what's the point? It's not gonna benefit anybody. It's just gonna make you feel worse. Your only real way out of something like that is just fucking let go. Just let it go. Get away. Walk away. And I realize that that's not always the easiest thing to do, but kind of what you have to do. Give you glassmaking. Need somebody else with glassmaking. Also, hi, I'm hashtag 420. How does it feel to be alive on the day 420? It's a good day. Happy green smoke day. Question mark. Baby rage? I mean, I understand. I get it. How old is this fortress and what's my frame rate? Frame rate's a little low right now because we're under siege, but normally it's around 30. This fortress is about, I don't know. I don't know what year I settled in. It's 7 or 8 years, something like that. I kind of lost track the last time I was playing. But we're under siege, and it's a pretty big siege. So, when there's no siege, it's fine. Also, there's 2 Forgotten Beasts, and one of them has fire in the basement, I assume. Yeah, the fire one's still there. But there's at least 1 Forgotten Beast in the basement. Young Fortress compared to Long Death, yes. Also, are there undead birds flying around? Not currently. I mean, yeah, but it's half the problem until they're both undead. Although, realistically, I'm probably not going to go back in there anytime soon. I don't have any desire to. Making green glass corkscrews. A stockpile of just sandbags. Something I need. They litter so much. Yeah, that's why there's so many, like, undead snake creatures and, like, mangled and mutilated Crundle corpses and such in the caves, is because they're all undead. How do you deal with the corpse caves other than lava cleansing? I ignore them. That's the easiest way to explain that. I ignore them. They're fine. They'll just exist. But in general, I just ignore them. Like, really, like, if there's a really messy cave, it's like, it can just sit there. It's fine. Not my concern. It's only my concern if, you know, they're all over the place. I feel kind of bad. When I was rambling about work, I think I scared Anna Chaos off. Whoops. Happens sometimes. Get a little too blunt occasionally. What's good? Not me. I'm generally pretty bad. But, this mug is pretty good. And the reason this mug is pretty good is it has coffee in it. Which is also very good. I'm losing my voice, so it kind of sucks. You limited your embark to 40 dwarves with newborn kids and even with all newly born kids and artifacts done. You checked each one of those legendary woodcraft. Checked each one of those legendary woodcrafters all meager or worse on creativity. The artifacts are still at age 2 to 3. I mean, they'll do that. Can I ask a question? Where did this thing fucks? When did that jump into the lexicon? Because I like it. I'm here for it. But when did that become a part of the English language? It's like very recently, everything suddenly fucks now. It's like, that thing fucks. It's like, no, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure coffee doesn't fuck. But like, okay. It's just like when everybody started to say like a catchy tune slaps. It's except for Will Smith. Will Smith can't say that a catchy tune slaps because Will Smith slaps. Ha! Anyway, but no, seriously, where did that come from? Like, why does everything fuck all of a sudden? Thanks. You too. Hi, Fabulous. Why does everything fuck? Why does everything vibe now? Vibe's been around for a while. Vibe has been around since, like, I don't know, late 2000s in my experience. But that was always just a stoner thing. It's like, oh, what are you doing? Just vibing is like a way of saying, I'm extremely fucking high right now. And don't talk to me because if you make me talk, it'll be more obvious. That's what vibing always was for me, at least locally around here. Like, if someone was vibing, it means they were very stoned. So, vibing is like, it's like, what are you doing? Oh, just vibing. Okay. Okay, just, you know, just don't stink up the place. So, vibing's been around for a while, at least in my, maybe like wider, no, not so much, but. Generation H slang. You know, in a world where, how do I even word this? I don't know how to respond to that one, Kudas. Although I wouldn't mind living in Generation H. That sounds a hell of a lot better than where we've been living for the past little bit. You put dwarves in candy armor, candy axes, and iron hammers, and steel hammers, and send them out into cleaning the caves. The only issue is connectivity. You need to cut out some passages sometimes, mostly like stairs. I generally the best way to clean. Well, I mean, I think that when they say clean caverns, I think they mean caverns that are littered with corpses. I assume that's what they mean. And the best way to do that is just by dumping lava on them. That literally is the best way to just clean them out without having to scar all your dwarves. But at this point in the game, it kind of doesn't matter because of how tame stress is in DF now. So you can just kind of like run in and do whatever. Doesn't really matter. All right. Let's see if I can build a couple more pumps. Let's queue up a couple more pumps. Pumps from the west. Nope, still need blocks. Okay. Oh, I think I know what might be the problem. See if that's the problem. Yeah, now there's people collecting sand again. Good, good, good. Vibing as in I'm so high I'm literally vibing out of existence. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. Candy armor? Yes, you can make adamantine armor. I almost never bother because armor stats don't matter so much. Candy? No. Well, candy is a slang term for adamantine and Dwarf Fortress for people who are scared of accidentally spoiling things because it's as if a game about dwarves wouldn't have adamantine. No, it's not on every embark. There's a chance that they don't spawn, which is why on smaller embarks, there's actually a pretty good chance that you don't get spires, which is why I don't actually think I have adamantine on this embark because I haven't seen any yet. But so no, it's not on every embark. There's a chance it'll spawn on every tile, but if you do bigger than a 1-tile embark, it's a pretty good chance that you'll get at least 1 tile with it. You're not totally correct there, Sarmation. It's not guaranteed that you get them. No, it's not like it's ridiculous to me that a lot of people consider DF spoilers because like all of the spoilers are the intro video. They're literally the intro video. Like the intro video shows what happens when you dig too deep. You get your face eviscerated and it goes bah! And greedily, yeah. Well, it only works correctly if you dig greedily. Well, that's a new thing. Someone is promoting their game on my Discord in the self-promote section, which is totally fine. Like, it's absolutely okay for you to do that. But chat, check this out. It's a PvP combat game, but you're lobsters. And they say that it's inspired by Dark Souls. And also, like, their username is one of these people here, so it's definitely their game. You really want to give that person feedback, go to the self-promote section of my Discord and at them, I guess. I don't know what it is, but Knights of the Deep is an online action-packed arena fighting game with crustaceans, apparently. Yeah, it also has crabs and ragdoll physics, so you know that game's fantastic. So basically, lobster combat. I don't know what lobster combat is. It's Mortal Lobstbad. Is it possible to have a 1x1 embark? Yep. They're called nano embarks, or micro embarks, or babby embarks, or mini embarks, or tiny embarks, or small embarks, or whatever you want to call them. Small fort. Everybody likes to build a small fort every now and again. Oh, actually, I wonder if I ever got that dwarf down. Oh, okay, cool, you got down. Excellent. I wasn't sure if that dwarf managed to get off at the top of the fort. Making wooden barrels, combat drills, making glass tubes. For a particular reason? Okay, you know what? Let's just make green glass blocks. Tube, window, spiked green glass, rated block. I don't know why that one's got nothing on it, but should just have somebody making green glass blocks all the time. $20 more cloth bags if I can. But I don't know. It's the first time somebody's self-promoted a game that they're developing on my Discord. So go. I don't know. Play Crab Battle. It seems like a very good game to promote on 420. I'm not gonna lie. This seems like a dangerous place to go stand, Dwarf. Let's see if Roark gets shot at. Let's find out. Nope. He runs away. Naturally. As you do. Let's just suspend that because they're not going to be able to get up there. So there is a post on /r/trees that I saw this morning right when I first woke up. That was a picture of Snoop Dogg really stoned and a picture of Snoop Dogg really stoned, like the exact same picture. So 2 pictures of Snoop Dogg. The top one said, "Me being too stoned, and realizing it's 420," and then me already knowing it's 420. So it's just that being too stoned to realize that it's 420 is actually a pretty common stoner problem. But I know it's 420 because I live in Canada, and so I would say it's impossible for me to not know. Did I ever build a tree farm on the surface? No, because I never felt the need to. But it's impossible for me to miss that it's 420 because I get about, I don't know, 1,000 emails from the government of Canada saying weed's on sale. Because, like, well, I mean, like, I've set up gather zones, if that's what you ask, but I've never, like, intentionally, like, made them grow in certain spots. So if you're asking if I have a gather zone on the surface right now, yeah, but I don't intentionally force trees to grow in specific spots. But, and, like, I definitely gather fruits from the surface, but I don't, like, corral them or, like, build specific or, like, cave-ins or anything. But, yeah, if I have a chunk that's walled off on the surface with some trees there, I'll leave them there and harvest the fruits. Yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, no, it's impossible for me to miss that it's 420 because the government of Canada gets tax money when you buy weed. So the number of emails I get from the government of Canada saying, "Hey, weed's on sale," is a lot. And they're not even, like, that much on. It's, like, 20% discounts, which is, like, not that uncommon, so. It's, like, not even worth buying stuff on sale. At least nothing that I've seen. Nothing's been too crazy this year. Nope, there's plenty of private companies. Thousands of private companies. I'm on their email lists too. And I get emails from them too. But the most emails come from the government of Canada. They're the ones that send like fucking 3. Because in order to buy weed, you have to sign up for their email lists. At least to buy weed online. If you just walk in and buy it from a store, then yeah. But I like getting stuff mailed to me, so. If I want to get stuff mailed to me, legally I have to buy it from the government. But it's all basically price matched, so it doesn't really matter where you get it. It's more like what you're buying. Yeah, I mean, I can get my stuff same day delivered. Like, I can literally send payment with a credit card and then have stuff delivered that evening. It's ridiculous. That's a really good way to have no money, Hambloco, though. That's the problem with that. I also don't order that much weed. I haven't actually bought weed since November. Canadian-made spit cakes. I have no idea what that is. So, no. I mean, number one, I'm diabetic, so I don't really seek out anything called cakes ever. And number two, why would I look for something that is made of saliva? Kind of a genuine question. Why would that be something I would encounter? Because when you said spit cakes, I initially thought they were talking about like saliva bugs, like those little bugs that live on grass that just like cover themselves in saliva so that predators can't eat them or don't eat them because they're gross. Oh, on a spit, not like saliva. Yeah, no. Thank you for not elaborating at all and giving me some very distressing concepts in my brain. But no, I've never. I mean, that kind of. I mean, maybe if I would go to like what's it called? Maybe if I went to like one of the ethnic food markets and stuff, but like I don't really go to those. Like that's the sort of like just looking at these pictures. That's the sort of thing that like you'd see at like the food markets or like the night markets or farmers markets. But I don't really go to those because a lot of them cost money to go into. But not that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe. I'm also not the most visually observant person because of my eyes, so it's possible I walked past something like this. Cake pops are awful. Like, genuinely awful. Like, I hate cake pops. It's just like, hey, let's pay too much money for, like, one bite of cake. Yeah, that's terrible. Why would anybody want that? Gosh, it's distressing. Let's move up. Cake pops are available at the Cupcakes branded Cupcakes store in most malls around here. Hey, LaFonda. Speaking of things that are not awful, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, cake pops are like a terrible waste of money. Genuinely a terrible waste of money. We're building pump stacks today. You remember when they were a big thing? You know, actually, here's like the one argument I could see in favor of cake pops, and I do think that they're genuinely like a waste of money and kind of like just kind of a ripoff. But the one argument I could see in favor of a cake pop is, let's just say you're somebody with an eating disability. I'm just gonna throw this out. I'm not accusing you of anything, chat, but imagine you're somebody with an eating disability and you tend to eat uncontrollably, or stress eat. It's a way that you could buy like a small piece of cake without having to worry about accidentally gorging yourself, you know? Like, if you're the sort of person who would buy half a cake, and then you just cut yourself a slice, but you cut yourself way too big a slice every time, and you're a stress eater, wouldn't it be better to just have 3 cake pops? Because then you can just be like, come, cake pop, and you get that dopamine hit of, I just had a cake, but not actually eating a full piece of cake. The problem is they end up just being way too expensive half the time, so it's just a waste of money. Like, I'm kind of a stress eater, and I will intentionally buy like single serve tiny ice cream sandwiches, which are like $1.50. If I want ice cream, I will buy like 1 or 2 of them because I know exactly how many carbs are in them and I can account for them as part of my eating. I know it'll cause some pain afterwards, but then I'm not immediately tempted to give myself another injection and have a second one because I only have one, you know, like that kind of thing. Or like the tiny little single serve like frozen pies that are like that big, like that kind of thing. Or like I'll buy a cupcake instead of a cake. I think that's probably what I would do rather. Is I would rather just have a cupcake instead of a cake pop. Like if I'm in a situation where it's just like, all right, I get one thing, I'd rather have the cupcake than a cake pop. But are you asking me what an ice cream sandwich is? Enjoy your lurks, banana. Do you not know what an ice cream sandwich is? Oh, no. That way you stress eat all the fruit. I have a tendency to do that with bricks of cheese. Okay, so you do know what an ice cream sandwich is. I don't need to panic. You're pretty good at keeping yourself away from sugar, but you drink probably about 700 mils of coffee a day. Okay, so I will tell you this. 700 mils of coffee a day, pretty standard for like a medium to high coffee drinker. As long as you're not putting like that much sugar in the bottom of every mug and a bunch of heavy cream, you're probably okay. The only thing that you'll end up with is maybe some brown teeth because coffee does stain your teeth. All right, well, some of these things are dying. You drink a coffee black? Yeah, well, then you're good. Like, then you're just like me. You drink about the same amount of coffee a day as I do. Which is actually a relatively healthy amount of coffee. An unhealthy amount of caffeine is, I do not recommend you do this, but just for an example's sake, when I was working full-time nights and streaming full-time, I was drinking... Whoop. Oh, rat meat's fighting with a durian. I was drinking about... Also, hey, Rusty, computing, what's up? I was drinking about 2 to 4 Red Bulls a day, between 3 and 8 cups of coffee a day, 1 or 2 cups of tea, and I was taking caffeine pills. Also, I was taking melatonin to sleep. So the fact that I've gone from that amount of caffeine intake down to just 500 to 700 mils of coffee a day is an improvement. And I'm not bragging. I don't think it's something that you should do. I legitimately had an addiction, as well as other things, but that's besides the point. I don't need to admit crimes on stream. Now featuring ads for 24-hour energy. I mean, if you get ads on my stream, simply subscribe and you'll never see another ad. Also, the only ads you'll ever see on my stream are at the beginning of the stream. I actually got offered a coffee sponsorship. Well, not really sponsored. I got offered the opportunity to join an affiliate program for a coffee company recently that would pay out bonuses if I hit certain sales numbers. And I turned it down. And you want to know why I turned it down? The money would have actually been really nice right now because money's been kind of shit this month. But you want to know why I turned it down? I just don't want to have to sell you guys shit. I'll be completely honest. Like, I just don't want to sell you guys shit. I'm sure it's fine. Like, it's an American coffee company that makes coffee concentrates for, like, cold brew and stuff. And it's like, I don't want to try and sell you guys shit. I feel bad enough asking you guys to throw money at my Patreon and, like, hit those bit goals. But, like, it's only $3.51 to knock Axon off the leaderboard. I mean, come on. You only need to gift 1 sub to get your name on the leaderboard. I feel bad enough already doing that. Now imagine me trying to sell you a $40 coffee subscription. Energy drinks are terrible, and I hate them. And I hated them back when I was drinking them frequently. Let's see if I can make more screw pumps. Up from the west. Oh. God damn it. Well, at least they're making the cloth bags. That's good. I've never liked the taste of energy drinks, even when I drank them a lot. I drank them because it was necessary for survival, not because I liked them. You like granite yourself? I don't really. I think I just like things to look coordinated. But if I were to pick a favorite stone in DF, probably Gabbro. It's magma safe, can be used for most anything. Or obsidian. I also like nice because it's fun to say. Hey, Aegis, what's up? You stopped drinking energy drinks once you started feeling tightness in the chest? I will occasionally drink an energy drink now, but there's only 1 or 2 brands that I actually like. And the 2 brands that I like, one of them is a local brand, the other one's like pretty widely available, but they're both literally just condensed matcha that have no sugar, like they're no sweetener, no fake sweetener, no nothing. One of them is called Pure Matcha and the other one's called Guru. Although Guru isn't as good and has a bunch of like variants that have sugar in them, but like they both have like a pure, it's just like fizzy water and with matcha in it, and that's all it is. It's just like, here's a quad shot of matcha, go. And that just poof, that's the only energy drink I'll take now. And the only time I'll take it now is if I'm in a hurry, it's a busy day, I'm not streaming, and I don't have time to make coffee that day, and I don't feel like spending $5 on a cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Because often I can buy them for like $2 in the grocery store that I go into, And like over the weekend, like on, I think it was no, not Sunday, it was Monday. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff to do in the evening, and I was very busy, so I literally just walked in there and just bought that. You tried an energy drink called Pimp. That sounds like an energy drink. So wait, is that the juice that the pimp gives to his workers so that they work harder? Or is that the juice that the pimp drinks? I need to know about the details of this pimp juice. I don't actually. Was Little John's? Of course it was. Of fucking course. What the hell is Little John doing these days? Lil Jon. Rapper. That's cute. Holy shit, Little John's 50? He's 51 years old? No shit, eh? Wow. My mayor's been possessed. I mean, that's nothing abnormal. Apparently he hasn't really done much. Apparently, apparently Little John released a Christmas single called All I Really Want for Christmas featuring the Kool-Aid Man in cooperation with the Kool-Aid brand of soft drinks. Little John appeared on the two-feature-led soundtrack of the film Superfly following the Spies in Disguise. Seems like dude's just fucking chilling. Considering he did some shit in like 2014. He was on a Christmas Kool-Aid record in 2018 and also has done some soundtracks. Seems like dude's just chilling. Yeah, he hasn't put out an album since 2004. So, you know, although apparently Turned Down for What got the, or was nominated for the best music video in 2015. And he won best rap song / collaboration for the song Yeah in 2005, which is a wow, 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 I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think all he says in that song is just, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the only line he has in that whole song. You found it in the Bay Area? It's been an E40 hyphy thing? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Lil Jon think I'm saying Billie Jean? I mean, this checks out. Why do I suddenly have this urge to listen to the song Yeah? Because you know what's like that song's terrible, but that beat in the background of that song is pretty fucking great. Just a beep 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 beep. Most people used it for mixed drinks. Okay, that's something that needs to stop. Is energy drinks being used for mixed drinks? That is a problem. All right, so looks like my mayor is going to make us a metal artifact. You just found out forest fires spread to regions in Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. You bet they do. He's claimed a magma forge. Four Locos, like, I don't think's ever been sold in Canada. I've never even seen... I've heard of Four Loko. I've never seen Four Loko. Which is funny, because you can, like, buy alcoholic energy drinks in Canada. Like, you can just buy pre-mixed Monster and vodka here. It's terrible, but you can. If for some fucked up reason you want that. Q Flaming Artifact Tale. Do I need to tell that story? I mean, I guess I can. They were banned before you saw them in stores. Yeah, that checks out. I mean, it's almost like a really good way of giving yourself a very efficient, quick, sudden, fast death of a heart attack is by ingesting alcohol and a lot of caffeine. It's a really good way to die quickly. So if you want to die, I mean, there's worse ways to go, I suppose. I think I'd rather like suffocate myself on like coffee than having a heart attack. Jaeger bombs are great. I thought that we were like talking about how alcohol and caffeine is bad. Yeah, Jaeger bombs is a shot of Jaeger in a can of Red Bull. Although this one pub that I used to go, or bar, I guess, club thing, nightclub. I don't even. This one thing that I used to go to ages ago before they closed. The old guy, the guy who used to own it, now streams on Twitch sometimes, which is kind of funny. But they used to have this thing that they called a megaton, which was literally just a can of Red Bull in a glass, and you had a shot of vodka and a shot of Jaeger, and you pour the two of them and you chug the can. It was the fastest way to fuck up yourself sitting, and it was awful. And I drank a couple of them when I was younger. I think one of those would just kill me now if I drank it now. Blind's Nokia style ringtone. What? That's a Nokia style ringtone? Little John was included on Nokia? Man. I just had Through the Fire and the Flames as my ringtone on my Nokia phone. True story. I got a used Nokia, the indestructible Nokia phone with the keyboard on it that you could throw at the wall and just put a dent in the wall. I had one of those, except I got it used and it came with a bunch of ringtones on it, and one of them was Through the Fire and the Flames. Go nuts. And Bloco. 3310? Let me double check. Nokia 3310. Yes, I had one of those. One of these indestructible things. And then the phone I got after one of these was a Samsung phone, which looked almost identical, except it had a color screen, which had maybe the worst port of Street Fighter 2 I've ever seen in my life on it. It ran at a frame a second, maybe, and that's being generous. Yeah, it was rough. I'm not clicking cookies, chat. You're clicking cookies. It's clicky clicker. Your Nokia introduced you to Bandinair? Bandinair. Bandinair? The heck's that? You will know its model number to your dying day. I also have random facts in my head that don't matter. Funny thing, you have Cookie Clicker open, which is why I'm not clicking cookies. You're clicking cookies. You're stupid. It's not my fault. You did it. Speaking of things that aren't my fault, I drank too much coffee, which is my fault. Now I need to pee again. I'll be back. Chat, can I get a round of beers before I get back? So good news, everybody. My lettuces are sprouting out on my porch. I was worried that the snow the other day would kill the germination, but I've got lettuce, which means in 6 weeks I can have lettuce. It's 6 weeks I can make a salad. It'll be great. Dog emotes? Yeah, those have been around for a while. Those were hype train emotes a while ago. Make some kimchi? I need cabbage for that, though. Also, I'd need a lot of it. Easy to grow, but so small. So there's this guy, Karmafite, that lives a couple blocks over from me that has this nice garden in his front yard. It's mostly milk crates with bags in them, just full of dirt, and some wooden beds. But he somehow manages to get these lettuce plants that are like this tall. And he claims that they're organic. And it's just like, I look at that, I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? Because like mine get big, about that big. And then if I leave them like one day longer than that, it just, whoop, gone. Yes, lettuce is not cabbage. Cabbage is kimchi. Is pickled lettuce any good? I've never had pickled lettuce. I had kimchi though, which is fermented cabbage. I would really like to make kimchi, but growing cabbage is a pain, takes forever, and we have enough pests that just completely demolish them that you probably won't actually get any. Because we have cabbage worms around here, which are basically like these tiny little green caterpillars, which are the babies of these awful fucking white butterflies that are just like, we're going to land on your... Like, I like butterflies generally. They're lovely to look at. They're pretty. They're majestic. They're generally nice little critters. With the exception of these white ones, which I will just kill with no fucking remorse the second I see one. The little white butterflies, they can all fucking die. Do not care. I will exterminate their entire population if given the opportunity, because they are monsters. They're definitely cabbage moths, but they look like little butterflies. I need a finished goods stockpile, I think. I'm gonna make a sandbag stockpile. The question is, where the fuck are they? This is one of those things where it's like, I know I've made sandbag stockpiles before, but it always takes me like 10 days to figure out where... Ah, they're there. They are. I found them much faster this time. Sandbags. Perfect. Not if you grow cabbage, broccoli, kale. I don't think they eat spinach. Mustard leaf or anything in the mustard family. Did I consider a greenhouse? My patio's too small for a greenhouse. And my mom has a greenhouse, but it's for peppers and tomatoes. The thing is, like, if you're going to put something in a greenhouse, you want to put something that's high production in a greenhouse so you get a lot of it. Cabbages are not high production. You plant a cabbage, and by the end of the year, you get a cabbage. Whereas tomatoes, you plant tomato plants in a greenhouse, and you get 50 tomatoes a week for most of the summer. So it's like, what's worth it? A cabbage by the end of the year, or 50 tomatoes a week for the whole summer? I'd rather the 50 tomatoes with the hot peppers. What's my opinion on JRPGs? Still in a cutscene? Oh, gameplay! Oh, I'm still playing a JRPG. That's my opinion on JRPGs. Excellent nap time. Terrible video games. Some people like them. They're not for me. Why do you ask? I mean, the only JRPG I've finished was Final Fantasy 1. And that's because Final Fantasy 1 was the only game I had. It was just the only game that I had at the time, so I finished it. And it was boring as sin. Are you... What do you still need? Do you need bones? Slaughter a turkey hen. I'm assuming you don't have bones. No, you don't. Yeah, you literally... We just need to slaughter a turkey. Oh no, a ghostly miner has risen. That's not good. Xon, apparently you're dead. No idea how, by the way, or where you died, but apparently you're dead. So just thought I'd notify you of that. But this map has a tendency to just kind of kill people. Yep, you are indeed dead. Asked you can be my doctor again. Your outside matches your inside. Well, I mean, we can find out how you died when I engrave a thing for you. You probably drowned, realistically. Did no one find them? I mean, he's currently missing. So, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I'm more concerned about this Bubak. My mare. Why do Jewish role-playing games come out in Japan first? Haha, funny joke. The giantess Tutstong Nagotszod has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size, and it's naked. What do you look like? His hair is extremely long, he is very muscular, he has low cheekbones, and his ears have nearly fused lobes. Her nose bridge is concave, and her eyebrows are quite sparse. Her blue eyes have slightly thin irises, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is buff. I know that's a color, but that's just funny to read. And her skin is dark peach. Her lips are slightly thick, and she's gonna go fight with that siege now. Good luck there, giant. Won't you come back? You may have already come back and been killed again. Odds are pretty good that you got caught out by that siege, which is why we wouldn't have found you yet. So you're probably in the river somewhere. All right, well, that's a dead beak dog. Ooh, kicked a second beak dog. Kicked a third beak dog. Only killed one, though. Is now beaten into the ground. There's blood going everywhere. This giant is actually, like, lasted way longer than I expected it to. Meaning, now we just wait here, because we're probably going to get an undead giant in a moment. It was piled on top of it. Okay, it's mangled. Is the giant mangled? Okay, it is mangled, meaning it probably won't come back. I mean, we're looking at the siege right now, but it's going just fine. Ragnarok. I am ignoring them until they leave, because I don't feel like dealing with them. It's not a huge siege. We could probably fight them, but I'm worrying more about building my pump stack. So we're just working on that instead. And I also have a mare who's currently in a strange mood, which we need to deal with. Nobody have butchering turned on or something? I'm very confused. Okay, is that zone not available or something? Nope, it's available. Well, then... Dead / missing 330? You think that number's high? It's very low. Like, very low. That's like a siege and a half, dude. I've died and then reanimated? I don't know and I don't really care, Jack Nerick. Probably very few because I haven't fought with any of them. I'm just ignoring them until they leave, so... Does it really matter? I guess. We are dwarves hiding in our fortress until the enemies are all dead. Once they're all dead, we can then worry about them. Till then, we don't need to worry about them. I'm much more concerned about my pumps. Building a pump stack currently. All right, turkey hen's been slaughtered. Let's see, is that what you needed? It is what you needed. Okay, we'll follow you now. Yeah, I don't really care about the enemy siege, so I'm just kind of ignoring them. Just waiting for them to leave. If any of them have died and been reanimated, it hasn't been particularly noteworthy. Zombies aren't actually that scary. They're only scary if you're unarmed and they're next to you. But at a distance, I don't really can deal with it. It wasn't that big of a raid anyway. I mean, it's only like 90-something. So, it's not something I'm super worried about. And I just don't really have any need for their gear, so I'm just waiting. So we can just build our defenses proper and then worry about them later. Is kind of what we're going for. So you're gonna go grab them bones. Yeah, I are you not used to seeing that number that high, Bloco? Because like 330 is literally like very normal for a fortress past the year like 4. In fact, I would say that that's low. Like when we talk about like sieges, right? Most sieges are between 150 to or 100 to 250 enemy units, right? So if you kill half the siege every time they show up, 2-3 sieges, 1 a year, 5 years, yeah, 330 is nothing. Like Long Death's dead and missing, and that fort's never had a siege or hasn't had a siege that's large ever. It's like 13, I think, was the biggest siege that fort ever had. Was like the undead count is like 13,000. So it's not weird. Oh, hi, Armor. What's up? How's things? Ghostly Miner's been laid to rest. Hopefully it won't die instantly. Well, I mean, if you do, you can always try again, right? That's the beauty of dying instantly, is you can always just start over. And there's nothing wrong with starting over. Well, that's sad, Banana. This time you tried to run an evil biome, the random vermin kept scaring your dwarves into the river, and so you lost some to the winter freeze. Fair enough. Although better lose some dwarves to the winter freeze because they got startled into the river than to have undead dwarves in the river for all eternity. I don't believe I've ever had like a random dwarf get scared by vermin so bad that they fell off of a thing. I don't believe I've ever had that happen, so... Players keep leaving your friend's D&D campaign and it's really upsetting. Why? Personal reasons, or because like is your like why do they keep leaving? This is another, like, just add this to the list of reasons why I don't like D&D. It's like just the fact that you have to like communicate and work with other people. Completely honest, no idea why jobs aren't getting done. Let's just do this. Let's just turn this lockdown off. Dwarves can theoretically go anywhere in the fort now without restrictions. I'm kind of hoping that that'll remove the issue of them not being able to... You know what? Actually, let's just do this. I know that this can cause problems every now and again. Let's just remove all of these jobs. Go to here and just cancel all of these jobs that can be canceled. And just go green glass block 100, green glass tube 100, green glass cork 100, and sand 300. Go. And go up here. Just brew drinks. And follow you. Yeah, which is why whenever I'm in an area that I know that the water's gonna freeze, I set it as a do not walk zone. I set it as a restricted zone and build bridges over it that aren't restricted. I think I had that happen once or twice. Always kind of sad. Although I froze to death in a river on the first adventure that I put points into swimming into. I dove into a river to swim across it and froze to death halfway across. I was like, yeah, I've got swimming points. This is great. I can go swimming now. So I dove into a big, wide river and started swimming across it and went, great. Cool. Excellent. You wish birds ate them like in real life. That would give birds some actual use instead of just stealing your anvil occasionally. There's a problem player who we've tried to give opportunities as a rogue player, but they've never take them and they mostly make crap decisions and put us into bad social situations. Sounds like you need to boot that player. It's like, doesn't matter. This is also why I can't stand D&D, because D&D always just ends up with drama. The only way that I think I could ever actually play D&D is if it was like a charity thing and it was a Twitch-related thing where people are literally getting paid or like obliged to, you know, have fun. It's getting to that point. I mean, if other people are leaving, it's beyond that point, but that's just my take. Like, if it's gotten to that point, then where people are leaving, then, like, yeah, that needs to be fixed. You know what's wild to me, chat? PAX West is or PAX East is happening right now. That is crazy. I like just opened up Twitter and I see 2 different posts from people that I know saying, "Going to PAX West," or sorry, PAX East. That is fucking wild, man. People are actually going to PAX. You agree that, but no one else does? So leave the group. I don't know. I think the difference between you and me, Wogarden, is I don't give a shit about D&D. So if I'm in a D&D group for some reason, and there's a person in that group that I don't like, I will just leave the group. Which is why I've left every single D&D group I've ever been in, because I just eventually get annoyed with people and leave. Because for some unfortunate reason, people who play a lot of D&D have a really hard time being amicable adults. That bothers me. It's hard to remember them all because there's been literally thousands of them, but the one that I remember being super valuable was an adamantine corkscrew. was like 4 million Dwarf bucks or something. But I've had a handful around that level, so I can tell you what the most valuable artifact I've made because I've played like thousands and thousands of hours of this game. There's a point where it's just like, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I think it was that artifact corkscrew, but I'm not totally sure. Marquee cut wax opals, granite, paper cut wax opals, stray turkey hen bone, brilliant cut wax opals, one humped camel leather, cave spider silk cloth, and copper bars. Yeah, I mean, I've had some candy swords and stuff, but like, I don't know. That one was like raw adamantine encrusted with adamantine gems. With gold and platinum studding on it. Like, that was just a ridiculously valuable artifact. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about item value. I mean, I will remember I will remember memorable artifacts, and value isn't necessarily something I attribute to memorable. But yeah, I've had some artifacts that are worth ridiculous amounts over the years, but they're never that memorable. All right. There we go. Resetting the green glass stuff seems to have helped. Green glass. Clear glass. I don't have the stuff to make clear glass, so green glass. Enjoy your lurks, Bogarden. You're committed to the world your DM is building? Well, I'm sorry that the world that your DM is building is filled with people that cause you pain. I don't know. Having to commit to other people when you're not getting paid is just silly to me. Don't do things that require other people that cause you pain. It's never going to be worth it. What, for Dwarf Fortress? Not that I'm aware of. I usually end up making my pumps out of green glass. Unless sand isn't available, then I usually use iron. Or whichever one of the mushroom trees are magma safe that I can never remember. Hell, even when you're getting paid. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's like causing yourself mental anguish over D&D is just one of the most redundant things I can possibly imagine. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I would do, is just generate up like a 500-year-old world and just go through the artifacts list and screenshot a bunch of them. There you go. I mean, that's what my older sister does to build her D&D worlds, or did for a couple anyway, is generated a Dwarf Fortress world and just used artifacts, towns, and locations in the shape of the map as a reference guide. Yeah, it's just really nice to be able to have glass blocks, glass pipes, and or tubes, and glass corkscrews. It's like an all-in-one stop shop. Nice. Assuming you have fog. I don't have fog on this one. I think, yeah, but like I would say it depends on what the evil biome is. Is it raining mucus? Let's assume it's acid rain. Well, if it's raining mucus, then you might want to stay underground. Or I would set up a roof and then keep them above ground. If it's raining acid, then yeah, don't train them. If they're training in an area, if above ground will kill you, don't train them above ground. Is generally that rule of thumb there. Speaking of things that will kill you if you're above ground, how you doing, Hazaza? How's things, mate? How's my crazy man friend doing? My crazy goblin friend. That's what I was like. Nice segue. It's not my worst. It's definitely not my best. What about cave adaptation? You're in a haunted biome. That's the least of your concerns. If you're in a haunted biome where the surface kills you, cave adaptation is not something you should worry about. Got your butt handed to you in Blood Bowl, and your fort is slowly getting to the right page of 50. Fuck yeah! That's good. Oh, yeah, man. Hopefully, the person who handed your butt to you, at least, you know, was nice about it. It's a friendly league? Well, that's good. As long as it's not a League of Legends, which is anything but friendly. Vubok, the mayor, has created Lenir that almost... Stone, can you translate that if you're still here? Because that almost looks like Cobalt speak. But it's a copper low boot and claims it as a family heirloom. You never got your first artifact to go well. You always have dwarves that demand silk thread, even if you plant wool thread, and now they go insane because you haven't tamed caves. Hold on a second. They go insane because you haven't tamed cave spiders. Why are you trying to cave giant cave spiders? Literally just go down to the cave layer and have a loom. That's all that you need. They'll go collect the spider webs that just spawn naturally. Half the time they spawn on the surface as well. You don't need to spin wolf thread. You literally just need one spider web on the map, and that's enough to make a piece of silk. So you don't have to spin anything. They auto-loom by default. You just need to have a loom and have access to cobwebs. That's literally all that you need. So, don't know if that helps, but anyway, claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 45,360 Zethal. It's the slide version. This is a copper low boot. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut wax opals and encircled with bands of turkey bone and rectangular granite cabochons and table cut wax opals. This object menaces with spikes of one-humped camel leather and wax opal. On the item is an image of Tishlur, Punkless? Tischler, help uncles. Oh, help uncles, not help uncles, which is what I think. Help uncles sounds way cooler than help uncles, but anyway. Tischler, help uncles, the human and dwarves in copper. Tischler, help uncles is speaking with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the impersonation of the human Tubal Dyron sacks by the human Tischler, help uncles, before the Crimson Pulley in the late spring of 111, or the late summer of 111. On the item is an image of oval cabochons in cave spider silk. Hellpunkles. I'm calling him Hellpunkles, because Hellpunkles is a way better name than Hellpunkles. Which is funny, because, what's it called? Closed captions thinks it's the same thing. Hellpunkles or Helpuncles. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so that is completely untrue, Samartian. So you can get Forgotten Beasts, Mega Beasts. So you can have Forgotten Beasts if you... Okay, there's some very strict numbers. If you have less than 20 dwarves, no were creatures and no vampires will show up. Period, with the exception of visitors to your tavern. If you have more than 50 dwarves, Forgotten Beasts and Titans can show up. So that's dragons, minotaurs, giants. There are some ways that you can make them show up with less dwarves, but by default, they will not show up unless you have 50. You will not get sieged by goblins unless you have, or humans, unless you have more than 80, unless you attack them. So if you have 50 dwarves, you can have Forgotten Beasts. And Forgotten Beasts aren't as big of a deal as people make them out to be. The, like, normal-ass creatures in the caverns are more dangerous than Forgotten Beasts at the time. But I'll say this, Banana, don't be worried about what's down there. You need to live your life on the edge, or you're going to have a sad Dwarf Fortress life. Okay, well then don't start telling people that it takes 5 years for them to visit, because that's not true. They visit if you have more than 50 dwarves. The only, like, Forgotten Beasts that genuinely scare me are the ones that fly with either deadly dust or fire. Those are the only ones that genuinely scare me. The rest are, like, kind of fine, usually. Also, they're super easy to just lock out. Like, you just need a bridge and a mechanism, and it's, like, done. Okay. If they show up, just lock the door. But, like, seriously, if you need webs for, like, to save your first artifact, it's worth opening up the caverns and then just sealing them back up later. I mean, obviously, yes, there are scary Forgotten Beasts. I would rather successfully make an artifact and have to deal with a Forgotten Beast than the alternative. I mean, like, what's scarier, Banana? Opening up the caverns for 10 minutes, putting your dwarves into a burrow, and sealing the caverns back up so that you can make your artifact? Or having a dwarf go berserk? Having it doesn't tell you what kind of thread is a bit annoying. It's not annoying because it's extremely easy to get all 3 types. Literally, it's extremely easy. So, I don't know. I think that this whole complaint is moot point. It's like, literally, like, just... If you want to not deal with this problem, don't let it be a problem. You're making a problem for yourself because you're scared of going down to the caverns. Okay. Don't complain. Like, the tools, everything that you need to solve this problem is perfectly available to you. You just have to overcome your fear and go do it. Berserk Dwarf isn't that bad depending on which mood. Okay, I give up. I will time you out. Diamond, don't make me hurt you. Also, hi, Diamond. That game's so good, though. No, Earth isn't scary. People are scary. Seriously, though, Shotgun King is fantastic. And I even uploaded that fucking short. Yeah, but why? Okay, why are you gonna have a Berserk Dwarf with a with a platinum hammer and candy armor before you can get cobwebs? Like what? Something done that up there. I'm sorry. Something's off. And I need to sneeze. No, I don't. I lied. Do not need to sneeze. Yes, but I guarantee you, knowing what I know about Banana's ability to play this game, if they're talking about the caverns being scary, they are not starting with adventure mode and having a platinum warhammer and full candy armor. So it's a pointless addition to the discussion, because if someone is scared of the caverns, they're not doing that. I guarantee it. Like, I'm scared of the third layer of caverns, sure. That shit's terrifying. First layer of caverns? Not at all. So I will just simply state the exact same advice I gave you previously and say that I can't tell you how to step by step acquire silk extremely quickly and easily anymore. So I give up. I'm sorry, Banana, but I can't help you. You are completely lost. How's the stream going? Do you want me to answer that question? It's going fine. But streamers having anxiety and panic attacks around revenue this month. So that's how the streams go. I figured. Yeah, welcome back. I wish this siege would leave. It's making my game run slow. Thank you, Last Argument, first, for gifting 10 subs. I feel bad because I said that out loud, and now you gifted 10 subs. But thank you? Seriously? For helping keep my bills paid? Also, spring's arrived. And for some reason, I have it set to auto-pause when spring rolls around. But thank you very much to everybody, to Last Argument first for gifting out a 10-pack, and to anybody who got those subs. Enjoy the ad-free viewing until the end of the month. Or for the next 30 days. Until the 20th of next month, I guess. But thank you. Seriously. Very kind of you. That is a lot of miasma. But cheers. Clink. But yeah, I have a minimum amount that I need to make every month, basically, in order to maintain stability and not eat into my savings. And I'm about $200-ish below where that needs to be by this point in the month. So it's a bit stress-inducing. I'll put it that way. My kind of long-term hope is that I won't need to focus as much on Twitch revenue in the future because I can just, because of YouTube and Patreon, that is... The goal is to kind of make it like thirds instead of like right now, about 80% of my income is Twitch. The rest is Patreon, and then tiny little bit is YouTube. What would it take for a hype train? 2 other people need to either cheer 100 bits or gift a sub, or 1 person needs to cheer 100 bits and then cheer 100 bits anonymously. Is what it would take for a hype train. But Yeah, I don't know. That's not 100, but solid attempt, Axon. Thanks for the 81 cents. Thanks, Banana Unlimited, for gifting out a 5-pack. That's all you had? It's fine. And White Pony won with the $1. Thanks for hype training that. Also, hey, Clinodev's in there. Neat. Clinodev got one. Yeah. Thanks, Banana. Here's dude. And there you go. It's level 4. Fucking magical. Cheers, chat room. And thanks for gifting us up to Mage. Rockfire. Cheers, dude. Clink. Paper cuts might hurt you. Paper cuts hurt me, but getting gifted a sub doesn't. This is a really boring fort right now. All they're doing is running up and down stairs. And they're going to be doing that for a while, because there's only sand on the top. There's no sand on the bottom. You wanted to ask a question. Has anyone here ever found candy, divine metal, axe, or axeman in any of the vaults, or are some vaults bugged? I haven't done vault diving in a long time. So no. But I have looted divine metal bars and divine armors from them before in fortress mode, which is fun. For your hell. How about while carrying bags of sand? Because that's what this dwarf's doing. Shoutouts to Woogie for working very hard. The one thing that I'm starting to hate about this new schedule, the long streams, is I do need to get pushy and pestery for hype trains and money. Because I only stream 3 days a week. They're long hours, but it's only 3 days a week. So it's only 3 opportunities a week for me to pay bills, right? So, because that's the issue with the schedule currently, is I do need to be pushy, and I kind of hate it. Hopefully one day I won't need to be. The level of fitness where you could do it while carrying bags of sand, but you used to carry bundles of shingles up to a ladder with. I have a friend who will go on hikes with sandbags taped to his ankles. I think he's insane. Like, he literally has, like, these weights that are full of sand. Nowadays, they use a crane. I mean, depends on who's building what. I feel like that siege is leaving. Numbers have dropped. Kind of looks like they're leaving. Wait, hold up. Odd. Wondering why I have, like, one random, no apparent reason wrestler running around. What squad are you in? Not technically in a squad. We're in that one. Stop being in a squad. Odd. Hey, Darren. What's up? 1 minute left to level up that hype train if anybody wants to contribute. Regardless, though, thank you much. Well, I finished the rest of the coffee that was in my mug. You haven't had to jump off a roof in a very long time being chased by red wasps. Why did you have to jump off of a roof because you were being chased by red wasps? Or why were you getting chased by red wasps on a roof, should I say? Thank you very much, Darren, for the $5. Here's, dude. $5 in bits. American Falcon is it? Uh-oh. There's a zombie turkey. Kill it. I don't know why there's a turkey hen corpse running around, but there's a turkey hen corpse running around, so we'll remove that. Chat, thank you very much for that hype train. Choo choo. Cheers, everybody. Can I get a big round of beers for everybody who took part in that hype train? Especially if you just got emotes, in which case, congrats on having emotes bestowed upon you. And the dwarves go back to continuing all of this. I think that... did that count for you, Axon? The 80 cents? Because you technically used it before the hype train started. I wonder if you counted as part of it. No, it didn't? Oh, okay. It would have if you used it like a minute later, but it's all good. Should always just keep like 1 bit on tap. So just always have 1 penny in your account so that like you can just always jump onto hype trains. I know somebody who does that. He buys 100 bits like every couple months, and whenever a hype train happens, he cheers 1, which I think is kind of funny. Unfortunately, not the most exciting fort ever. Let's go to here. From the west. Glass, glass, glass. Human pikeman is fighting with a womp. There's a human in a tree. There's humans in this tree, actually. They were fighting an undead wombat up in the tree. Well, that's maybe one of the most Dwarf Fortressy things I've seen in a while. There's a human fighting an undead wombat up a tree. And this goblin is, like, trying not to drown. Oh, wow, did you see that? Just vaulted over that little river. Did you see that? Man, these little fuckers, they're just like jumping over this river. They're brave. I want to Google red wasp right now. I'm not going to show them, but I've never heard of red wasps before. Oh, red paper wasps? It's also a Pokemon, apparently. Because I'm familiar with red paper wasps. Yeah, they're like spider hunters. Leaping goblins? Yeah, exactly. It must be master jumpers. But anyway, the siege left finally. Which means it's just a normal undead outside now. Means I can turn my squads back on. I don't allow entertainers in my taverns in the current build of the game because it's way too likely for shit to just like show up and then turn into a were creature. And it's just not worth the risk. So I don't ever have public buildings. It's kind of unfortunate because I really, really like the storytelling mechanics of that stuff, but I've had them disabled ever since the last major patch because of that. Gonna chill and play some Cogmine tonight. You're hoping for some true arm underscore OK entertainment to accompany that. If that's like a programming joke, I don't get it. But hi, Tarako, you. Welcome to the channel. I've been meaning to play some Cogmind, but every time I mean to play Cogmind, I either A, end up just playing Dwarf Fortress, or B, playing something else. I was planning on playing Cogmind all of last week, and then I just played DF all week. And then I was planning on playing Cogmind yesterday, and instead I played Shotgun Chess. The thing that keeps me from playing Cogmind is the fact that I know that in order to comfortably play Cogmind, I'm going to have to get a magnifying glass and go, this UI is made for ants, even with the biggest text setting. Or rather, it's made for people who see well with bigger monitors than me. Which is unfortunate. You made a tavern in the library and adventure mode, so in Fortress mode... in Fortress mode, you have no control over other visitors. Well, that's a you problem, then. Definitely ants. Definitely ants. Also, chat, I mean, I like Shotgun Chest that or Shotgun King enough that I actually made that into a short, like a bunch of you told me to last night. So... And nobody's complained yet, unlike the last time I uploaded shorts. The last time I uploaded a short, I got like 10 dislikes immediately, and I had someone say, what the fuck is wrong with you, and why are you uploading this garbage? And I was like, well, I mean, that's nice of you. Thanks for your input. Couple of humans left. They're trying to leave the map, but instead of leaving the map, they are killing an undead eagle. They're re-deading an undead eagle. Well, good luck. But all I'm saying is you should leave likes and comments on that short so that I can get put into the shorts algorithm and become a viral sensation for a boring clip. Can you kill something once it's undead? Like, genuine question. If something has died and has been reanimated by some external force, is it possible to kill the thing? A second? Like, are you re-killing it? Are you just killing it? Like, I have several questions. Re-undeading? Unlifing? I don't know. Re-deadifying? Is it, though? That's the question. Is it alive, though? Right? Because, like, zombie snails in the real life are not zombie snails. They are snails that have, like they're still alive, they just have a mold or a fungus in their brain that's controlling them, right? So they're not actually undead. But I don't know. It's something that I've been, like, thinking out loud for a while about. It's just like, hey, can you kill something once it's undead? Let's open up the front gate. There's still one human spearman left. I'm just going to tell my whole military to go pulverize, I suppose. The second this gate opens. How am I doing? I'm all right. Icon, I'm all right. All right. How are you? I wish my voice would stop going, and I have some seasonal allergies right now, which is fun. So I'm all, like, stuffed up. And I don't have any antihistamines around, so I have to go acquire some. There we go. Where are them human at? Where are that human at? Go pulverize them. Get them, boys. There's actually 2 different breweries that was in those photos. The photo of me is in a brewery called The Bakery, and the photo of the flight is in a different brewery. Which wasn't that clear in the photos. I didn't do a very good job taking photos because I was with my dad, so. Oh, hey, elves have arrived to trade. Excellent. Issue is there's a lot of undead things around, and there's still a human here. That's something I really should do. I need to figure out how to get lava up here. I'll worry about the half that I actually care about afterwards. A lot of items are getting... Look at all of these kill the human. Kill the human spearman jobs. Give me a second. I can't be that much from here. Serendipity, extra jurisdictional heretical failures. Many manticores have pet basilisks with indescribable webs. Coincidentally, bioluminescent medusas illuminate paths with exportrated felt phlegm petrifying pneumatic hydraulics. Zombie animals. Okay, we're all caught up. Arm underscore, okay, as a variable that was connected out of arms for turns. Drag slay, the event stuck under the words for the Arbok as blood as it is now. I never knew that piece of factoid. Thank you very much for educating me. Fun fact, I actually installed the original Arbok recently. By recently, I mean like yesterday. Not yet. Well, day before yesterday. Monday. I'm excited for F1 this weekend. It's Monza, right? We're racing in Italy, right? Imola. Okay. Yes, I would say I'm excited for F1 this weekend. It's rare that I'm not, so yes, I am excited for F1 this weekend. I won't have as much time to watch stuff this weekend, though. Yes. Also, what time of the day is that going to be? I need to look at the schedule. That's an early morning race, I think. I get to wake up at 6 a.m. Whee! Probably. Well, that's why I can't see it. They reorganized this website, and it's really bad now. Yeah, practice is at 4:30 in the morning. Fuck that. Quali's at 8 a.m. That I could do. On Friday. 8 a.m. on Friday. I can do that, but fuck practice. It's a sprint race, right? Yeah, it's the sprint race on Saturday. So it's quali on Friday, sprint on Saturday, and then the race. Yeah, the race is at 6 a.m. Okay. I'm spoiled after the last two. The last two were at nice times of day. The last two were at nice times of the day. This next one is, yeah. Humans should be dead, right? Yes. I have no idea what I'm selling the elves. Hey, I have a food pot. Sweet. And your point is what? It's Martian. I mean, are you just like bragging? Is that what you're doing? I feel like you're just trying to make everybody who's not so good at this game feel bad. But who cares? Also, the reason you want to use hammers and maces against undead and not swords and sharp items is because sharp items cut them into smaller parts and then they become more undead. They become more, and then you have to fight undead arms, legs, and hands, and fingers, and all that fun stuff. Whereas if you just pulverize them with something heavy, then they just cease to exist. You want to mangle the parts. You don't want to make more parts. Making more parts is just adding to your inevitable deadery. Deadification? Deadifying. None of these are actual words. I feel like I run out of coffee so quickly now. I've been trying to finish drinking my coffee before 4 p.m. I've made a personal rule. If I don't drink my coffee by 4 p.m., I can't drink any more of it. It makes me sad. So this is my last cup of coffee. Bad days. You're traveling this weekend, but hopefully you'll be able to catch some of the races in a sunny park. No, that's not too bad. I mean, fortunately, like, it's not too hard to dodge F1 spoilers, right? I mean, a pickaxe is better than swords in some cases. I mean, it also depends on what you're trying to fight. Really need to do that with caffeine? Yeah, well, it is what it is. Am I going to celebrate the holiday today? I don't like to... Well, number one, it's not a holiday. That's like calling Valentine's Day a holiday. I don't like to smoke or get high on days when I stream this late because then I wake up the next morning and because I stream 14 to 16 hours and I'm awake for about an hour on either end, it's like 16-hour days basically when I do these streams. Unless I actually stream the full 16 hours, which I've done once now since I've started doing this schedule. Usually I'm still a little high when I wake up the next morning. So unless it's a Thursday, I don't like to. So no, not likely. Might have a small amount this evening, but I think I celebrate enough the rest of the times of the year that it doesn't really matter. It's not super mandatory. Although, if we hit that sub goal, I'll have a bowl on stream after we're done with Dwarves and we're at records in the evening. But we won't hit that sub goal, so it don't matter. Let's do that, and that. Up to here. That, and that. That, and that. And that. But unlikely. Thursday night, sure. Swords suck? Swords suck if you're fighting anything undead. If you're fighting, like, elves, swords are kind of incredible. But yeah, I don't really... when it comes to the sharp, pointy weapons, or sharp weapons in Dwarf Fort, axes and spears are better than swords in my... Or I prefer axes and spears over swords. Frame rate's finally picking back up. Hallelujah. It took forever. Although it doesn't help that they're now going up to the surface and clearing all of the bodies off of the surface and throwing them away. Which I've ordered them to do. We are set to automatically dump bodies. So it is taking a while. Are you gathering some gear? You must be. What the hell are you doing? Axes, paper cuts. Axes are probably the most multi-purpose. Spears have extra reach. But they don't use them as thrown weapons in Fortress mode. So, it's not really relevant. You do realize you're not watching an adventure mode stream, right? So all of this adventure mode discussion is like completely irrelevant to everything that's going on in my gameplay and what I'm going to be referencing, right? Like you realize that, right? just making sure that you realize how redundant this whole conversation is. Man, I really wish I could dig through these giant mushrooms. Fighting mechanics are the same though? Yeah, but they don't throw spears. Really. The spears do have extra reach, but they're not a thrown weapon. I use spears because spears are the most efficient thing against Forgotten Beasts in my experience. Forgotten Beasts and Demons, spears are the most efficient. Adamantine spears, nothing really beats them. Adamantine spears and shields. And then you just do your best 300 impression. So you shall not pass. Spartans, wall. I think it's sad they do not throw them. Dude, if they fucking threw them, they'd get them stuck in a tree, and then they'd not know how to get it back, and then they'd try and path up there to get it back, and then the frame rate would go. So, no, it's great that they don't throw them. It's fucking phenomenal that they don't throw them. Do you have any idea how many lost spears you'd have? Never understood the fighting mechanics until you took to adventure? I mean, it's not that difficult to understand. It's a limb-based system. Where do you draw a line for holidays? Do you consider Halloween a holiday? Where do I draw the line for holidays? Does it exist purely to push a capitalist agenda forward? If yes, then it's not a real holiday. Is there actually some meaning and logic behind it? Like, Hallows Eve is a holiday. Halloween is a fucking candy pushed marketing scheme to make you buy a bunch of candy. The fucking Valentine's Day is a sad excuse to buy your loved one, if you have one, flowers, and a good excuse to remind yourself that you're pathetic and single. Weed Day is an excuse to go spend money on weed and get stoned with the funny number. The 6th day of the 9th month is bullshit. Mario Day is a perfectly good example of why fake holidays don't matter. Which is March 10th. Mario, get it? Yeah, no, what do I consider a holiday? Something that actually has historical significance. So, no, I don't really consider Halloween a holiday. I do like Halloween, but it's not a holiday. I like the aesthetic of Halloween, and I like the fact that that's when all the good metal shows happen. I'm sure there's a weeb day. I'm sure the weebs have a day. But weed day is what I said. 420, which is today. But you're talking to somebody who is self-employed and thus doesn't get paid days off, so I don't really consider any holidays a holiday. But, like, as an example, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, religious holidays, those are holidays, right? I don't know what the fuck Family Day is, but apparently we have that here now. Talk Like a Pirate Day isn't a holiday. Yeah, I don't know. If it exists to profit for a certain sector of capitalism, it ain't a fucking holiday. It's just a marketing scheme at that point. Which is literally all what most holidays are. I mean, it's not all pointless, but most of them are. There's like maybe a dozen holidays I actually give a shit about. Not even a dozen. There's maybe like half a dozen holidays I give a shit about. Like, trust me, October is my favorite month of the year, but it's got nothing to do with Halloween. See, now that's a legitimate holiday, though, right, Psychon? Like, that is a legit holiday. Halloween is just nothing. Hallows Eve is a thing, but Halloween isn't anything. Halloween as a event is just a reason to give Nestle Chocolates a bunch of money, which is a terrible company. But like Day of the Dead and all that's legitimate holidays. Like that is a thing to legitimately celebrate. For me, it's just heavy metal season. It's when all the good concerts happen, so. Yeah, but unfortunately Labor Day is now overshadowed by Black Friday, right? It's like referring to Black Friday as a holiday. Well, I mean, non-ironic, non-religious, aren't those really the same thing? Do I ever try to flatten the surface? You ask me all these things like I have a structure of things that I do for every fortress. I really don't. Like, what? Maybe if I think that it would make the area around the fort look cooler. I don't have a build order for anything. I don't have habits that I do. I don't have things that I do for every fort if I get a certain thing. I don't try to do a thing. If I just want to do a thing, I do it. Like, have I flattened the surface before on very hilly maps? Yes. Is it something that I do if my colony gets a certain size? No. The way you ask questions, Martian, always confuses me because it's just like, when do you do this? Or how do you do this? It's like, you're assuming I do that. But do I ever try to flatten the surface? Why would I make the surface look less appealing? What? Not really? I did it once. But no, not really. I don't have build orders or any kind of construction habits or anything that I do. I don't like that. Also a colony is a RimWorld term. This is a fortress, not a colony, clearly. Speaking of things that are a fortress and not a colony, I hope you're doing all right, Cooler. But yeah, no, I don't, there was a point in my life where I cared about holidays, and then I became self-employed, and I really haven't cared about holidays since. You realize that it's like, oh, a holiday, like, let's just use Mother's Day as an example, right? Mother's Day is a good reminder to fucking send your mom some flowers, right? But outside of that, you should send your mom flowers unannounced for no reason, right? And Thanksgiving is a good reminder that your whole family should get together and have dinner. Damn it. But you should also just do that occasionally. And I think that, like, certain holidays serve their purpose, but a lot of them are just completely redundant. Like, Valentine's Day, even when I wasn't single, was always the most redundant fucking holiday of all time. Because it's just like, all right, so this is the day where I have to buy my, at the time, girlfriend something. And she'd always just be like, yo, let's not go out on Valentine's. Let's go in 3 weeks when it's not busy. It's like, hey, do you want to have, like, slow service at a restaurant? Go out on Valentine's Day. It's like, just, I don't know. I've never really understood the point of all that stuff. It's like, hey, let's operate within society so you have scheduled times to be nice to people. What? You know what I mean? It's like, why do I need to do that? Can't I just do that? Anyway. Sorry for, like, the holiday rant, but... Halloween should be a reminder to dress like a vampire as opposed to only day... Should be a reminder to dress like a vampire as opposed to the only day to do it. What? Sorry, I've read that sentence like 3 times and my brain hurts. We're still collecting sand. How are we doing on the construction? Good stuffs. Good stuffs. I can make a couple more pumps. I dress exactly like me every day. I don't need to pretend to be something I'm not. And I know people like to joke about it, but I assure you I ain't a vampire. It's almost like vampires don't exist. But yeah, most holidays I do genuinely believe are an absolute and total fucking waste of time. But also, I think part of the reason I don't give a shit about, like, Halloween is because I don't have kids. If I was a dad, I'd probably care about Halloween more. But I'm not, and I have zero intention of ever having kids, so... You're very funny, Sock Smell. Speaking of Socks, how are you doing, man? How's things? Gotta love being informed about Record Store Day. Speaking of holidays that don't matter. Happy 420. Nothing. There is nothing that I do in I know. I can tell you what I do in every embark, because I build beds. I build beds on every embark at some point, and I usually build a couple doors. I build a still on every embark. I build a crafts dwarf's shop on every embark. What part of I don't have build orders or repeated habits in Dwarf Fortress do you not understand? How else do I have to word that for you to stop asking that question, Samartian? Because I don't. I usually cut trees unless there's no trees. I build a tavern at some point. I make a temple. Even if I don't make a temple, I'll make a zone for it. I don't have things that I do on every embark. I guess, like, the question is, when are you going to stop asking the same question worded slightly differently, Samartian? Okay, that's my question for you. Because you keep on asking the exact same question, but worded slightly differently. Yeah, you interact with the game. You open UI. Okay, well, that's a baby and baby's mom and whatever that thing's skeleton is. Baby's now dead. That's lovely. It's a human skeleton. Are you going to climb out? Hey, you made it up. Cool. Let's lock the doors back inside. And here comes that zombie. What are you doing, Dwarf? This is the weirdest pathing. Are you, like, doing handlebars? What are you doing? Yeah, it's sad, but okay, well, you jumped. All right, well, the military should come and kill this thing. This dwarf is fighting with this human zombie. Well, I can tell you something that I do on every single embark. I look at my computer monitor. That's something I do with every single embark. All right, here comes the military. It's literally just missing, and they keep tangling together and tumbling over. Don't fall into the water. I mean, of course I play DF with a mouse. It's right here. That's not good. Military is here and has dealt with the zombie, and Mom can run. Much safer if filled with lava. Yeah, I mean, stuff would stop coming back to life in it. Like, we're gonna have a zombie baby over here pretty soon. But we're working on filling it up with lava. It's just taking time. All right, well, I guess we'll just buy a bunch of peaches. How can you fill it up when there's water in there? By pouring lava on top of it, letting the lava drain and dry, and then digging it out and filling it up again. You know it turns the layer beneath it into obsidian, right? We're gonna flood the whole surface of the map with lava. That is the goal. Also, I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be right back. Streamer back. Irish Cyrolac. I lied. I also ate a boiled egg. Just took me longer to peel it than I expected it to. All right. Still just building glass tubes. Yep, I know I'm the boiled egg. Soft boiled. Really nice. Wow, that's a long day. Hell yeah, it's time to veg out, man. You have about a dozen cats in your fortress and experiencing mortal fear, and you're doing nothing special, just slaughtering some wild animals you caught in cages? Is there, like... Are you in a creepy biome? Because there might be, like... There might be, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a specific word. Is there like haunted vermin on the map? Because if there's scary vermin that can start a livestock, or if their owner died, either of those can cause problems. Ooh. Is that by choice, or is that like... Just a weird scheduling thing. I mean, I can confirm 3 days on, 4 days off is best schedule. It's your choice to work 3? Hell yeah. My dad needs to get down to that 4-day work week. He keeps saying he's going to tell his boss he's going to do that, but then never does it. Warm biome, but not creepy. Place is strategically placed. The only thing is the river, the only bridge over the front of your fortress. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what's causing them to have mortal fear then. Like, honestly, no real clue. I generally don't have large numbers of cats in my fort, right? I don't like having large number of cats because they can't export figurines. Well, that sucks. I tend to not have a lot of cats in my forts purely because they have a tendency to claim owners, and I don't like that. Usually if I have a cat in my fort, it's because they showed up with a migrant. I try to avoid having cats. It's like, yeah, the killing of vermin can be helpful, but it's generally not helpful enough to offset the annoyance of them not being able to be slaughtered because they're all claimed and then having to go through and deball all of them. That's, I don't know, it's just... Having cats in DF is almost as annoying as having cats in real life. And it makes dwarves real sad when they die, and it's like, eh. I do appreciate how dense their AI is, though. Have I ever named a dwarf after myself? No. I do name dwarves after viewers, but no, I've never named a dwarf after myself. Yeah, I don't find that to be an issue. The vermin being a hit on FPS. I find having cats around more annoying than having vermin around. And they live about 10 years in DF, which is actually like weird. Like 10 to, I think it's 10 to 15 years. But like the weird thing about that is like cats can live longer than that in real life. They tend to just go off and die somewhere. At least they don't get stuck anywhere anymore. The actual part of this that's going to be a pain in the ass is going to be when we start digging through the floors. That's when things are going to be an absolute pain. Man. They seem more happy that way. I'm going to try very hard to not be sarcastic. But duh. That's about as nice as I could be on that one. No shit, they're happier. Treat dwarves the way you treat a person in real life, and generally they work just fine. Try and work them to death? Yeah, they're gonna hate you. Oh shit! I mean, if that was you, Cyrolac, thanks for the coffee. You make 2 times your monthly bills with only 3 days, so why not? Yeah, that seems pretty great. You get to lounge around and hang out a bunch. That seems pretty good. Yeah, this fort has gotten bothersome laggy, but I'm pretty sure I know why that is. Pretty sure it's got something to do with the fact that all the dwarves are constantly locked into a... Let's just stop gathering refuse from outside. I'll turn that on when we need it. I went through. Yep. Yeah, I see it in the... Assuming that was you. It was, what, 8 minutes ago, I think? Yeah, 8 minutes ago, but I only got the email 2 minutes ago. Thank you. Cheers, man. That actually does pay for my monthly coffee. I mean, last version made it like impossible to have upset dwarves, so like it's so hard to have upset dwarves now. It's kind of silly. A little sad, but I mean, maybe I'm just a bad person because I like having upset dwarves, but from the east. Come on. I need more glass blocks. Let's wait until you make me glass blocks. Get to it, Jimmy. That should be plenty. I should be able to put another metalsmith's forge and 2 more glass furnaces in there. Or magma furnaces, I guess. But yeah, no, making sure that every dwarf is employed with jobs that they are interested in is actually very, very, very helpful. Keeping your dwarves sane in general. Oh, hey, the Ostriv account is tweeting again. You know, Chat, I want to ask, I'm just going to link a tweet. This is about, like, Russia invading Ukraine, but I want to ask the question, and I want you guys to respond to the question that he just asked, which is it an envy crime to blow up a McDonald's? Because apparently they shelled a McDonald's. Not that I will ever feel bad for McDonald's, but of all the things to, like, drop a bomb on, gotta blow a hole in the roof of a McDonald's, really? Shouldn't be a crime. What, to blow a hole in the roof of a McDonald's? I think it depends on if there's people in there or not. If there's people in there, that's a fucking crime. But need workshops. Oh, I need furnaces and magma smelters. Doop. This is kind of funny. The only magma-safe material I have in the fort right now is glass. So thus I have to make my glass furnaces out of glass. That's kind of amusing, actually. That be as much as I do feel like McDonald's should be shut down just internationally, because I hate that company. It still shouldn't blow. I need a topic, chat. Give me something to talk about. Okay, this is rad. If you want to render DF worlds, this person's got a rendering guide on Medium on how to render Dwarf Fortress worlds in Blender. That's kind of rad, actually. I mean, look at this. Yo. I mean, I kind of do want to render my... Now that I'm looking at this, I kind of do want to render my DF worlds in Blender. No, they cut my legs off when I became a Twitch partner. Didn't you know this? No Twitch partners have legs. It's a known fact. Also, excellent game. Blender. Blender is free. I think it's open source software that lets you do 3D rendering. That's all that Blender is. You've never seen Blind's legs? I mean, I can prove that theory false by just being like, ugh. That's my knee. Allegedly. You can't prove it's my knee because you didn't actually see that knee attached to me. Although if I stand up at my desk, you'll see my legs while I'm standing initially before my desk stands up. Gosh, this flirt is slow. My frame rate went down when the humans attacked, and it hasn't gone back up yet. To figure out the source. I'm convinced it's got to be those Forgotten Beasts. But they're all dead, so... Hey, Arikawa. What's up? How is your dwarf? Well, the same as it was last time. Earlier today. Yeah, I mean, you're 1 year old instead of a baby. You're an infant. You're not really going to have much say or thoughts until you become an adult. So, still a dwarf, not dead. Which is doing better than Axon, who is dead. You know what? Actually, let's try this. Just make a generic finished goods stockpile. And a cloth stockpile. I don't actually think I have one of these yet. A leather stockpile. And I already have an armor one. I already finished. Furniture. That's the other one. Let's turn 2 of my squads off and let them go do whatever. Can you be done with adulting for today? I don't know. You have to ask yourself that question. Could be deep faking my knee. I want to see somebody deep fake a knee. Like I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I got deep faked. When I had to deep fake my knee. Ooh, that earned me a little bit of frame back. What does it choose, a duck point thingy? That's for the beginning / lunch break / end of the stream. If it's used, you get to select a rubber duck to put on the record that's spinning when I'm on this scene. I don't actually know if it's been claimed, though. I think it was today, wasn't it? Yeah, it's already been redeemed. It can only be redeemed once per stream. I had exclamation point ducks. It's not really a flex. It's only a flex if it's something that you're proud of. I have a set of 24 alphabet ducks, one for every letter of the alphabet. And they're like $12 on Amazon. You can buy them too. Huge flex? No. Like I said, it's only a flex if it's something that you're proud of. I'm not proud of the fact that I have a bunch of rubber ducks. If it's something that impresses you for some strange reason, then I suppose it could be considered a flex, but I don't really consider it a flex. Certainly hasn't helped my online dating profile in the slightest, so it's not a very useful flex. More stuff there. No, but they're in the background of some of the shots. I should probably just make a dating profile for my rubber duck collection and see if that has more luck than me. Which is sad, but probably true. That might actually be helping. Ducks. That sounds like some quackery, sir. What does 100k point thing do? It tells everybody that you used to be rich. It's exactly what it says on the tin. You assume that it does something, I guess is the problem that you're making. There you go, chat. Everybody give a round of applause to Axon because Axon used to be rich. And is no longer rich. Oh, hey, sock smell's been found dead. I think you died of old age, Socks. Because nothing actually beat you to death. There was no foul play, no combat. I'm literally looking at this to see if you got into any combat for any reason. I think you died of old age.
Bring out your dead!
Rest in peace, sir. Got a bunch of slabs I got to engrave. Does that mean he's going to reanimate? Probably. Yes, it does. That's how reanimating biomes work. I already answered that question half a second ago, Frog for Hire. If anything dies in this realm, unless it is mangled, it comes back. And because that dwarf died of old age, then naturally it would come back. Eventually. Wasn't it Admiral Baru who has like a 1 million channel point redemption thing where it's just like turn the stream off? Also, this is a good tweet. Any astrophysicists follow me? I need an expert to answer some questions about Unreal Tournament. Yeah. I also have some questions about Unreal Tournament. I never thought about it, but I also have some questions about Unreal Tournament. I feel like a tower that tall would also like sink into the ground it was built on due to its weight, wouldn't it? I mean, like, we have problems with towers that we build already, like 60, 70 story tall towers sinking like a foot into the ground over like 15 years after they've been constructed due to their own weight. Imagine a tower that big. It would just like... Vroom. Also, yes, it would just snap, most likely. "40 miles of height is what it takes to liquefy granite." Well, all right then. I feel like the height of it'd be the least of your concern at that point, though. I feel like it would also burn up in the atmosphere. Like, genuine statement. I think that tower would probably just burn up in the atmosphere. Even with proper foundations. It depends on the buildings and like the status of the soil underneath. Things soften up and things dry out and harden up. But that's something that just happens. But I'm also not an astrophysicist nor a land density scientist, so I will simply leave all of the expert discussions about these topics to chat. How many fucking mugs do I have? A lot, apparently. How many floors are you on? Well, it depends. It's a matter of perspective. Hold on, I'll get on the elevator. I'll be there in 6 weeks. Yeah, that would be my concern, is I would just go through the middle of the earth and pop out the other side. I would like to see somebody build like a physics simulation, though, of what would actually happen if you had a building that tall. Like, you know those, I don't know if any of you guys have seen these, but there's videos on YouTube of people who just recreate old video game levels from games like Unreal Tournament that had like ridiculous maps and layouts. Of course it would fall down. That have like ridiculous maps and layouts, and then put them into an engine where everything has physics and structural integrity, and then they render what would happen. It's quite amusing, actually, because everything just kind of goes and falls over like majority of the time. Yeah, like Dust 2. It's like those doors fall off, half the bins fall over. It's like stuff just collapses. It's very funny. It would collapse immediately, and the upper sections would enter orbit, and you'd end up with a spiral of debris, eventually re-entering the atmosphere. Can I just say, honestly, that would make a much cooler map than a giant skyscraper in space. Like, if I could play either A, on a giant skyscraper in space, or B, a giant collapsing skyscraper in space, I'd rather play on a giant collapsing skyscraper in space. But those videos are especially funny with, like, Minecraft constructions and stuff, where it's just like, this is what would happen if this blimp that this person made in Minecraft actually tried to take off, and it's just like, it just falls to pieces. So, you know what, let's just, because I'm seeing them bottlenecking on this walkway a lot, let's just cut this out to here. Like, that might help. Let's also widen this walkway a little bit. Space foundations are exotic, shotting magnets up into the sky. Shotting magnets up into the sky. That's the sentence I read today. Carpenter Space Pirate. Oh. Hold up. Space Pirate, did you kill Socks? No, you killed zombie Socks. Okay, so Socks came back as zombie, and now Socks has been deaded twice. So that's good. Socks is now in 3 pieces, in fact. Socks smells head, Socks smells right foot, and Socks smells mutilated corpse. Which means we might have 3 Socks smells in a moment. There was some fighting there a second ago. I'm not sure what just happened, but... So you know how you guys were asking if Sock Smell would come back to life? Well, he did. And now the bits and pieces are all getting thrown into the garbage compactor. Right speed and energy, it could work. Just like space elevators could work. Will they actually, though? I don't know. One of my favorite examples, though, of video game structural integrity being hard is one of my favorite open world games of all time, although I don't know how well it ages, which is Red Faction Guerrilla. Really, really, really liked Red Faction Guerrilla when that game was new. I don't know if I'd like it now, but it's probably too repetitive for me these days. Like, open world games have kind of lost their charm to a degree. But Red Faction Guerrilla, the neat thing about that game was because it had realistic structural integrity and weight for different types of materials, they built all of their buildings, and then they realized that their engine was capable of doing the structural integrity stuff and the destruction stuff. So then they had to go back and redesign all of their buildings because immediately all of their buildings fell over. Is it fine embarking right next to a goblin civ? Do you want to get invaded a lot? Because, yeah, it's fine. You can do it. You'll just get invaded a lot. So, like, be aware that you will get invaded a lot. You heard that one? Yeah, it's one of the more famous, like, video game development stories about structural integrity, I guess. Because it's maybe one of the most famous games to have structural integrity of some sort. Okay, we got 4 glass blocks. All right, so I've got these 2 now. 2 magma smelters. Workshop. Furnace. Glass furnace. Oh. Need to make more blocks. Well, I mean, if you have less than... Well, the thing is, you have to get to the point where they can invade you. So either A, you need to invade them, or B... you need to have more than 80 dwarves. CCJ. So, like, Long Death doesn't really get invaded, but the reason Long Death doesn't get invaded is because I have less than 80 dwarves and I've never invaded anybody. So if you have more than 80 dwarves and you have never invaded somebody, it's just a matter of time. But once they start raiding you, if you're right next to them, once they start raiding you, you're going to start getting hit constantly. Unlike zombies, where you'll just get attacked by zombies for no apparent reason. The dead walk, hide while you still can, is like the one attack that, like, you can't avoid it, and it will just happen, and it's inevitable, and expect them, because they will come and kill you. Is there no 40k mods for Dwarf Fortress? I'm kind of shocked that there isn't. Like, there's... so many other great overhaul mods for Dwarf Fort. I'm kind of shocked that there's no Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40k overhaul mods for DF. Kind of shocked. It's like the 40k fandom has just failed Dwarf Fort. It's like I'm just massively disappointed by the lack of 40k. I mean, sure, but I don't want 40k inspired. I want 40K. But yes, you are not wrong. Man, DF... Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Warhammer Fantasy wouldn't even be that difficult, right? It would just be a matter of adding in a few more playable races and, like, rat men and stuff. Well, I mean, the game already has rat people, but, like, making, like, rat men, like, a functioning faction, making the proper orcs a functioning faction and all that jazz. Some magic and things, which the game's already capable of doing. Like, you wouldn't even be adding anything that, like, the game isn't capable of. Giving sentience to some skeletons. Yeah, no, you can absolutely do an intelligent undead faction. Yeah, that's... I mean, we already have sentient undead. They're the light blue ones that have intelligence that can be given jobs and can do other things aside from just, you know, brains. Well, I mean, it's possible that they're at peace with them, or you just don't have enough value to be invaded by them, or they're just not aware of you. The thing is, like, if you're right next to goblins, they'll send out scouts, right? You might be at peace with them too. That's rare, but it can happen. It's possible they just haven't sent out scouts. Also, you don't know if they visited your fortress libraries. Or rather, you're talking about undead stuff, right? Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm like running two conversations together. I'm talking to CCJ and Droven at the same time. That's my bad. But yeah, no, intelligent undead could totally be a faction of their own, basically. I mean, necromancers practically are that. I don't know. I'm shocked there isn't like more Warhammer straight up mods for DF. I mean, we have a Star Wars overhaul mod. Why don't we have a Warhammer overhaul mod? Another fandom that I feel like has failed Doctor Who is Doctor Who, because like, could you imagine a Doctor Who themed DF mod? Like, I don't give a shit about Doctor Who at all, but I think that would be amazing. Like, genuinely, I believe that would be amazing. Is an absolutely massive niche hobby? Yeah, just like model trains. We also don't have a model trains mod. Just wait till it comes to Steam. Honestly, I think it coming to Steam is going to make modding the game harder. And I know that some people might be like, what? It'll be exactly the same, because it will be. But you'll have to make tile sets for everything. And the one comment about tile sets I saw was Tarn was like, yeah, there's like 11,000 sprites or something in the game currently. So I would actually argue that it coming to Steam is going to make modding it harder, because you're going to have to build massive art packs to actually do them. Well, anyway. And like, just as an example, like all of the most popular Dwarf Fortress mods do not have tile sets. Which is also why you can get away with so much copyright infringement with ASCII. It's because like, well, I mean, it's just the word. You anticipate a lot of recolors? Yeah, same. Why would it be easier to implement, Sarmation? The only thing that gets weird is inherently evil races just doesn't work in DF. Like, the Long Night had a whole faction lore that these entries are biomechanical killing machines that know nothing else, and you had a bunch of them show up as peaceful bards from your tavern. I mean... That's bad programming. But also, yeah. I mean, like, there are ways of, like, fixing that. I would actually say that's just poor mod design. You just have to make them into a night creature equivalent, basically. But I would argue that there are ways of doing that. Let's see what jobs are canceling. Cancels collect webs. Just turn off auto loom. Like birthday themed cake, or is it actually your birthday? Because enjoy your cake. I mean, it may also mean marijuana, but I don't know. I don't know what birthday cake in quotes here means. Sure, fair enough. I always forget that as an adult, you forget that you can get cake whenever you want and no one can stop you. I don't forget that because I think about it every single time I walk past the baked goods in the grocery store. Your store had 30% off the entire store from $4.19 to $4.21. Why doesn't mine do that? Everything here is just 20% off. Like, come on. Like, they do the exact same. Like, it's cheaper to buy weed on Black Friday here, which is kind of messed up. It's usually when I buy weed. Let's just say you're feeling pretty fucking good right now. Hell yeah. You guess you get cake tomorrow? Hell yeah. Enjoy your cake tomorrow. That's the best part about being an adult, is you can buy cake whenever you want and eat it too. You know, there's this sentiment amongst some people my age that I will never fully understand, which is this, I want to go back to being a kid. And I run into those people every now and again where they're just like, I want to be a kid again. Never again. I have zero desire to ever be a child again. And I do not understand anybody who has the desire or wishes to become a child again, because, like, being a kid was, like, some of the worst experiences of my life, and I never want to have to do or deal with any of that shit ever again. Thanks. Also, hi, Mind. What's up? What? Eating cake whenever you want? You just need a better wife that will help you eat said cake. Come on. This seems like a problem with you and not a problem with being an adult. You can still get it whenever you want and eat it whenever you want. Just because you get yelled at by your wife, that seems like a you problem, not a being adult problem. How you doing, Mind? It's good to see you. What if you share the cake with your wife? No responsibilities, no job, not caring about money? Yeah, but as an adult, I have freedom, I have flexibility, I have actual meaning in life, I have whatever I want when I want it within reason. Don't have to take orders from parents. What are those barrels? Those are not barrels, they're pump stacks. Making screw pumps. We're gonna pump lava. Agency? Yeah. You know, when you say agency, the only thing that pops into my mind is, it's the agency, which is the name of the thing that the main character in Just Cause works for, is the agency. Which is just code for not CIA or something. Yeah, we're pumping lava to the surface because I want to turn the surface from a haunted nightmare into a smoldering nightmare. Into a smoldering haunted nightmare, yeah. Although I fixed the frame rate a little bit. Frame rate got real bad around the time we got Siege last time, and I'm not sure why it's still bad. It's still bad, but it's, I mean, it's not unplayably bad. It's just kind of slow. It's like, we're about 20 FPS, which is a bit low. But it is picking up a little bit. How does chat feel about Loft House cookies? These look like the shit my grandma used to make. I mean, they're fine. Those are just like sugar cookies with icing on them, aren't they? Is that a particular brand? Because those are just sugar cookies with icing as far as I know. Those look pretty good. No real hyper strong feelings, but like... Right, it's Wogarden is still densely packed with that birthday cake, so they might look better than they actually are, Wogarden. Some people really, really hate them. Some people just hate things. Oh no, Sock Smell's mutilated corpses fighting again. Well, that's not good. Sock Smell has now died a third time, I think. You really need to crush Sock Smell. Is it a brand? Okay, I've never heard of it. But those particular cookies, yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of cookies that old ladies used to bring to church gatherings. And, like, yeah, they were always pretty good. These get so much shit on the internet, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. Well, you want to know what also gets a lot of shit on the internet? That's delicious, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why. It's ham and pineapple pizza. Like, genuinely, that is my go. Like, if I'm not getting fancy pizza, ham and pineapple's my go-to, and it's always been my go-to, and I've always loved it as long as I've lived. But I get called a heretic. I get called names. I get insulted. I get screamed at. Another thing that I get called a heretic and screamed at and yelled at and belittled and insulted over, which I will never fully understand, that the internet gives all kinds of shit to. Yes, pineapple pizza is a Canadian thing. That I get all kinds of shit for. Actually, no, I'm not going to share that one. You guys can dream about what it is. But there's plenty of shit that I get shit for on the internet that's just like, oh, yeah, well, obviously using light mode. Like, why does everybody on the internet give a disabled person shit for using settings that's easier for them to see? Because, you know, like, my eyes don't work properly, and it's easier for me to see light mode than it is to see dark mode. In fact, dark mode is very difficult for me to see, and I have to squint. And I hate apps and programs that don't have the option for light mode, which a lot of them don't. So, I don't know. If you want to talk about shit that people get shit for doing on the internet, I think a particular brand of cookie is like maybe the least of people's problems. How do you play DF then? That's the reason I have super bold, colorful text. Also, you're not funny. I'm talking about like the thin text that you normally see on most web pages and apps. Like Reddit or YouTube, like this in light mode, totally easy to see. I can see all this. In dark mode, I wouldn't be able to read this word. This would be readable. This isn't. This would be readable. That certainly wouldn't be. This certainly wouldn't be. None of this would be. None of this would be. That would be. That probably would be. It's because it's a link. None of the comments would be. So, at Flashbang, see, you're part of the problem. If you're trying to sleep, why are you in my chat? If you're trying to sleep, go to bed. So, now if you want to know why people give stuff shit on the internet for no reason, you should look at yourself for giving me shit right now for using light mode. Don't worry about some cookies. You're here for the visual ASMR? Well, that doesn't help you sleep, though. Clearly. I do thank you for hanging out, though. But be nice to people who like dark mode. And be nice to people who like light mode. Actually, you know, this might be a controversial thing to say in the current year, but be nice to people. Yeah, it's really funny. It's just like, chat's just talking about how they don't understand why certain types of cookies get shit on the internet, and then I'm just like, hey, this is a thing I get shit for on the internet all the time. I bring it up to comment on how I get shit for it, and then chat gives me shit for it. It's like, well, cool. So you give me shit for using... Okay, whatever. You're engaging the thing in the thing that you're complaining about. But I digress. It's a terrible design business choice to have only dark mode. And it's an even worse design / business choice to have dark mode primarily and a shitty light mode option. How's your dark doing? That's a good question. This fort's been moving really slowly. I like it. So far today. I recited the feverish calls at the bronze peaches. This could be bliss. You felt fondness when making with a friend. You were worried after being unable to acquire something for too long. I haven't been making clothing because I've been trying to finish this fucking thing. You're all right, a little stressed out, but overall doing all right. You're a legendary something. Never mind, you're not a legendary something. You're a accomplished mason. That's the word I was looking for. But you literally just shit on me for using light mode. I don't understand. How can you be the good person if you're the person shitting on me for using a thing that, you know, makes me able to use web pages? There's a reason why I don't ever go into the Wayback Machine sock smell. Just because things used to be worse doesn't mean that, like, we should imagine what they used to be like when they were worse. No, nobody's shitting on you for it. I'm simply calling you out on taking part in the thing that you don't like, right? You're asking, why do people shit on this thing? Right? Why do people make fun of this thing? I comment that you're making... Whatever. I give up. I'm not shitting on you. You're... Okay. I give up. All right, well then, I'll just start doing that every time you XD at me. I don't appreciate that kind of behavior. Big money? Big money. Welcome to Big Money. Wasn't that a, PopCap game? I think it was. Big Money. Pretty sure that was the name of a video game. I have a pet peeve, Arikawa, and that's if you make fun of me and my disabilities, you're not very welcome in this channel, unfortunately. So don't take that as a reason to leave, but if I comment on a thing that people mock me for because of my disabilities and you continue to take part in that and do it intentionally, you will eventually get yourself timed out here, right? So be kind and courteous, and if you can't do that, then frankly, fuck off. Like, that's genuinely my opinion, right? And you are, or were, intentionally just doing that, and so my response is, please fuck off. Now, next time you tell me about something that you get mocked for because of one of your disabilities, if you have one, and I will poke that and mock you for it for the foreseeable future and see how you feel about it. Be nice to people. Don't be mean to people because you think it's funny. That's why cookies get a bad rap on the internet. Because people think it's funny to mock things that people like. Because people are horrible. All right. Well, at least we've got more of these screw pumps coming along. That's good. And I can make more here. I have 6 green glass blocks. Meaning, actually, once we finish this area, we will be all the way up to the top. Meaning I need to figure out where I'm going to go next. I think I'm just going to go a little bit forward and just go up from this spot. Also, to be completely clear, I got nothing against you. So, just be courteous and kind. That's all that I ask. Which direction do I want to go with this? I could go through here. What's enough space? Or does that end with me? Right up there. Ugh. All right, well, we can make that work. I think that's behind my camera right now. Move this. I know that feeling, Axon. I felt that one. I mean, only invest what you're willing to lose, my dude. I don't know. I don't think way is a word in the dwarf language. Oopsies. Wanna. That is true. The house does indeed always win. It is 50-50. Oh, are you asking if you can name a fortress in vanilla? Yeah, just hit Y while preparing carefully, I think. You can literally name them whatever you want as long as it's a word within the Dwarven language, or you can add more words to the Dwarven language. Oh, boo-hoo. You won and you're still complaining? Just because I set the odds lower doesn't mean that you can cry. You know, I can also change the odds individually for individuals. So if you aren't thankful for the amount of tickets that you won, I could drop it down to a 20% win chance for you. Yeah, I can, actually. Which is why I turned my own win chance up to 60%, because fuck all y'all, although I still lose all the time. So it literally is rigged? Yeah, but I've never actually rigged it. It's a constructed limited number of words. The only procedurally generated language in the game is kobolds. But that's just because they're stupid, too stupid to know what words mean. That's why we love them, though. So if it's over 1%, it's good odds. I don't participate in illegal underage gambling, which is generally what those games end up being. Back at yourself. Why would I cackle? I'm not evil. I've also never actually done it, so. Thus, there's no cackle needed. Ribbit? Which one are you even looking for? I literally disabled cancel collect webs. What? Oh, that's what I wanted. I turn auto loom back on. Disable auto collect thread. Or auto collect webs. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Man, I despise gacha games. They are bad. Very, very, very bad. Okay, you go down here. Sweet, you're all locked up. It's just this one left. On the top one. Gonna be a pain in the dick. You know, we have some pretty simple rules here, Arikawa. And one of the simplest rules that we have here is act like an adult. And you are doing a very poor job of that rule. Just gonna be honest with you. You're doing a really bad job of acting like an adult. What if I just do it over here? Where would that land? Top. In the middle of the river? It's literally just games that are designed to go gotcha and make you waste all of your life savings on terrible anime waifus. Is the livestock in the fortress? Fine. I have a couple turkeys. Not much aside from that, though. I'm just trying to figure out why chat's entire goal seems to be make Blind as mad as possible. Because that's all that Arikawa and a couple other members in chat have been doing today, and I'm just trying to figure out what I did wrong that I deserved this kind of harassment. It's like, what exactly happened today? Can't we just have fun and have, like, interesting discussions instead of, hey, let's just meme until Blind bans somebody? Because that's the direction we've been going in most of today, which is very unfortunate. Not a big fan. Guess I could make glass mechanisms. Need that many, though. What are you even talking about, Arikawa? Can you not make glass mechanisms? I thought you could. All right. Well, you know, let's make copper mechs. 40 copper mechanisms. Are you going around to the other side? Yes, you are. Radishes are wonderful. I love the fact that as the only person who eats radishes in the house, you get the whole bag. Yeah, radishes are great. Yeah, unripe radishes have a different taste. Well, not unripe, but like non-red radishes are like young radishes, which have a different flavor to them. Usually sauces that use radishes or use green radishes instead of red radishes. It's like how some peppers are tastier green than they are colored. What's the easiest way to do this? I think that the thing that some people in the chat right now need to remember is streamers are people too. And if your only goal is to make as much fun of the streamer as possible, you're not going to get along very well with the streamer. And in a channel like this where, well, for lack of a better term, it's kind of a community stream. If all that you're doing is attempting to annoy and pester me, I'm not going to want you around, right? So be kind and courteous and be nice to people. And if you're incapable of doing that, I'll have to remove your right to speak. So, your dad used to grow so many varieties. You loved the large icicle ones, and the most stores carry only the boring red ones. I mean, that's the case for like a lot of vegetables too. I mean, like there's like, I don't want to say an actual number, but lots of varieties of carrot that you never see at the grocery store. Although carrots are a pain to grow because they take all year and then you only get 1 or 2. I think like the only thing that grocery stores, at least around here, have like a legitimate variety of are apples. You're testing a new way of growing carrots this year? Based on like the description of where you've said that you live, though, I think you probably have enough like ground space to actually grow carrots, though. Like you need a lot of farm space to actually like legitimately grow carrots. So that's going to dig all the way up to here, and then we need to go through this leatherworks. So let's move this leatherworks. And to be clear, when I do talk about the annoyance of the streamer thing, it's like, I don't like removing people, and I will never enjoy having to tell somebody to stop watching the stream. So just, you know, I'm a person. And if you think that you're doing something that's annoying me, just remember that my sanity is worth more than me tolerating you, unfortunately, generally. So if you see that you're doing something that's annoying the streamer, maybe think about being a little nicer. That's all I'll say. It's 10°C outside right now. What weather is it outside right now? It's been sunny. It was supposed to rain Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, and it's been fucking sunny. Like, it snowed the day it was supposed to snow on, but since then, like, the weather's just been completely wrong. Apparently, it's 15°C outside and cloudy. Jealous. You assume that there's unused community lots. Also, if you do that, you will be fined. So I don't know where you live that you could do that, but unless you like go into forest patches, but then you risk wild animals eating them. Hey, audio, what's up? But I have no desire to do that. We started looking for garden seeds from places that specialize in heirloom varieties. Territorial seeds organize an amazing selection of the year. I mean, I'm fortunate enough that I live close enough to places. You gotta be careful when planting illegal gardens. All right. No. What other part of no do you not understand? It's like, hey, you could break the law. No, thanks, actually. I'm good. Waiting on chicken to cook in the oven. Although that being said, I do plant clover seed everywhere, but I'm not coming back to harvest that, so who cares? It's pumped from the west. It's gonna go that way. Oops, that is the wrong one. West, green glass, glass, glass. But what you doing with that chicken audio? Anything fun or just plain chicken? Today's one of those days where I'm just like constantly annoyed at chat and chat is constantly pushing my buttons. Today's one of those days. But I think we found a balance, which is good. I mean, I'll go around and pick blackberries from everywhere. The thing is though, like if you're, especially around here, if you're planting, I live in an unfortunate part of town. I shall preface this with that. If you start planting shit in like mediums, it's gonna get covered in pesticides. You're just staying quiet. When do you ever not stay quiet, Best? Like you lurk and you say hello and you get first. Like that's all that you really say in the chat. Anyway, yeah, no, or you mentioned that you're going to D&D and you comment that it's nap time. That's basically all you ever say. So, but yeah, no, it's like here, if you're going to do that, you're going to end up with like not food that you really want to be eating. Who says I love you? I don't. Here's the thing, Bastet. This is maybe you don't understand how my brain works, which is perfectly understandable. I don't know any of you. I know Audio. I've met Audio, in person, but the rest of you, I don't know any of you. I don't love any of you. You're acquaintances at best. So love is a very strong word. I barely love my own family on a good day. So it's like, me loving you? No, not at all. Do I know you? Sort of. Love you? That's a commitment. You need to get out to Vancouver someday? Hell yeah, man. Parasocial relationships are weird. And throwing the word love around is a way to make them weirder. Like, I actually, this is something that, like, irks me a little bit, is when I'm watching streams and they constantly just say that they love every viewer. It's like, number one, you don't. Number two, that's a good way to get more money. Number three, you definitely don't. It's like, you're all people that I sort of know. But that's about it. Parasocial RP is over. I mean, who says it's over? It's just, I definitely don't love any of you. I'm an artist that you're a patron of? I don't know if I'd call myself an artist. I'm an entertainer. What's up, JTS Res? Hello. I just don't generally... I don't have much love to give to anybody. Nobody gonna break that? Come on, chat. Wow. They let it happen. Everybody just like knew to stop talking. How do you define love, though? The fuck? Go collect more sand, you sillies. I mean, I talk about philosophy, but you're asking... Okay, so you're asking somebody who's been single for years and all the time talks about how much he hates things and how he has trouble with emotions in certain cases. And you're asking me what love is? Fuck if I know. Tell me when you figure it out. So whatever it is, it certainly hasn't worked yet. You win? Sure. Congrats. A clumsy way to express gratitude? Potentially, in some cases. In my experience, it's usually just a way to lead people on to make them think that they're emotionally attached to a thing that's not really true.
You're tired from a busy day, but thanks to the new schedule, I can catch some DF streams.
Fuck yeah, Prismatic. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 11th month. Welcome back, dude. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm a cold person in person, and I'm also cold on the internet. So it's telling me that I love somebody that I've never met in person is never going to be taken as truth from my perspective. We am watchers at the end. Yep, pretty much. Anything happened? Well, we got sieged, and then the frame rate got real bad, and it hasn't recovered. So, kind of partially trying to figure out why the frame rate's so bad, but also just kind of chilling. We're just slowly building a magma pump that's going to pump lava from underground up to the surface up here, and we're going to dump fire all over the surface and burn everything. It'll be lovely. You died and then got resurrected and then died again and then got resurrected and then died again and got resurrected, yeah. So, you know, it's fine. We have a natural gaggle of tree undead wolves that like to hang out in the trees. I mean, okay. I'll stop lying. Not sure what else to say. Undead tree wolves. Yeah, they hang out in the trees. They spawn on the trees, they stand in the trees, they don't really leave the trees, and they maybe howl. I think I remember what episode you're referencing, and I don't know, because I can't remember what the tree badgers did. Do they just kind of sit in trees and don't do much else? If yes, then exactly like the tree badgers. Oh, was it the Pumpkin series? I didn't watch any of the Pumpkin series. I missed that entire one. I remember the Happy Fun Times Badger Island. But yeah, that's not too uncommon. Me? Yes, I am indeed sitting in a chair. Currently sitting in a chair. That is not a lie. I'm also going to go get lunch in 20 minutes. That's also not a lie. And we'll probably stand up when I come back from lunch. I mean, if I do this... Now you have... my weed pajamas and all. I'd say that I was celebrating, but they're, the same pajamas I always wear. So, it wouldn't be true. Also, yeah, there's hiking videos of me and hiking photos of me that have my legs in them. Like, there's a video of me walking across the dam made from real hemp fiber. That is not true. These are definitely, like, polyester. Cool jammies? Yeah, they're comfy. I like them. I bought them all really baked last year, I think, on April 20th. Here's a video of my feet. Well, not exactly a video of my feet. Here's a video of me walking across the Hayward Dam, and there's my shoes. Rest in peace, those shoes. And eating an apple, in fact. So, there you go. Hayward Lake Dam. It's the same camera that you look at me normally. It was also extremely windy, and I was holding my hat. Like, I was very worried I was going to lose my hat, and it was very hot that day. That was last summer. Hayward Lake Dam. Yep, that's this camera. It's a GoPro. Hero 5 Black. Gorsh. Well, it's okay. You're not high up. It's just a video of something that's high up. Also, the video's over, Bastet, so you can look back. Also, yes, those are pretty looking radishes, by the way. I just opened up Discord and took a peek. Those are very pretty radishes. I don't need to tell anything to your really bad fear because I can't relate. I'll just simply say it's gone now. Pump from the east. From the west. Pump from the east. Pump from the west. Looks like avocado something. Yam fries with guacamole on it. Because I had an avocado and a half that needed to be used, so I made fresh guac. And I hadn't had guac in for forever, so I made guac. Dwarf is withdrawn from society. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. In a strange mood, he's Mason. Pennies? What are those? Canada got rid of pennies in 2012, which is why I joke. Life's so much better without pennies. There's gotta be like a zombie somewhere that's just trying to path somewhere weird. Claimed a mason's workshop. Yeah, but those aren't pennies. The only time everything is, if you're paying cash, everything is rounded up or down to the nearest 5 or 0. Prismatic. But pennies haven't existed in Canada since 2012. Been wonderful. I recommend everybody try it. You realize that you're too impatient to really get a large fort going? It does take a lot of patience. Dwarf Fortresses can be a very slow game. Why is that sad? I mean, if I had my way, we would get rid of cash entirely, because I hate cash. I'd be totally okay with just paying everything in card and virtually. It's so much nicer to not have to carry cash. Why do I need refined coal? Oh, shit, you need coal to make mechanisms? What? Okay, fuck it. Rock mechanisms, then. How do I feel about tips? You mean like tipping your server? I tip 20% in most places generally. but I haven't carried cash for anything since like 2016. The only time I'll have cash with me is if I'm traveling down to the States for the day. And then I'll just go into the bank and take out 40 cash so I don't have to pay the transfer rate for fees for every individual purchase on a card. But yeah, I tip 15 to 20% generally, unless I'm not tipping. But what does that have to do with anything? You know, like every single modern debit machine in places that accept tips will have a tipping option on card transactions. Yeah, because I live in a modern country. I mean, like, I don't know where you live, where that's not a part of using, like, credit or debit or Visa or any of those other card options or fucking crypto even. But yes, you don't tip servers usually? Well, you live in a third world country then. God damn it. Yeah, UK is very much a third world country. So is parts of the States, frankly. Tip your fucking servers, Christ. You pay servers a decent wage instead? Oh, fair. Then why are you asking me how I feel about tipping? You're like, here's controversial subject. How do you feel about it? I responded with how I feel about it. And now you're just telling me that you pay them a decent wage instead. Cool. I wish that we could do that. I don't have control over that, though. As far as I'm concerned, if you don't have a tipping option on your card machines, that's backwards. Then why are you asking me? I guess is the question. Why would you think it involved coins? Like literally, like the way you pay for most meals in most restaurants here is a person hands you an iPad, you tap the percentage you want to tip and you tap your card. Done. Takes 2 seconds. You should try living in a modern country one of these days. It's been so long since you ate at a restaurant. Clearly. Like, you can't actually pay for the buses with cash here anymore. You just tap your credit card, tap your phone with Apple Pay, or tap your phone with Android Pay or Google Pay or whatever the fuck it's called. Or you buy a pass online and you tap it. Or you use your smartwatch or something. Like, you can't actually use cash anymore in buses. You still have the server take the stuff to the register? Yeah, I mean, maybe like small mom and pop shop in a hole-in-the-wall place in the middle of goddamn nowhere, Hickville, sure. Then they still have to take stuff to a register, but in like most modern restaurants, it's literally about as simple as like they bring you up an iPad and you push button, tap, done. Like the least advanced places will bring you a machine and then you push the amount you want to tip and tap your card or insert and do the thing or swipe if that's all your card's capable of doing. But vast majority of modern places, like, it's super quick and efficient. Effectively has free buses because all the freaking systems are broken. That's funny. I've never seen that as an issue here. Although I do know that the bus pass service for little screens that say whether the amount that your bus pass has on them runs on Windows 98, because one time I saw them all restarting, which was quite funny. Well, like I always say, pay more money in taxes and you'll probably have better services. That's like one of my favorite things to remind people. It's like, yeah, just maybe pay more taxes and you'll have better services. Why do I keep hitting M instead of N? Like, I've forgotten how to type on my keyboard in the last week. No? Abel Bacon? That is a very backwards way of thinking. Fun fact, most vending machines here take card. let's just do another forbidding session. Go up to the top of this, because what's happening, I think that they're pathing to try and get stuff out of trees, and they can't do it because I keep seeing like object unable to be gathered. All right, so I've just forbid everything on the surface, basically. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna claim everything that's in the fort specifically. There, there, and right there. No, I don't need any trees chopped down, so I'm not going to order any trees chopped down. I mean, I'm going to burn everything down, but the trees aren't the reason the frame rate's slow. It's the stuff in the trees. I could just forbid the trees. That is quick. Forbid the stuff that's in the trees is going to be significantly faster than chop the trees down. Also, this dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. What'd you end up grabbing? Lumprong woods, cave spider silk cloth, copper bars, and 2 pieces of schist. Good luck, dwarf. No, there's like bones and bits of dead eagle in the trees that are not undead or anything. They're just up there, but they're trying to like get items and stuff that's ended up in the trees down from the trees. People in trees actually don't cause frame rate issues anymore, which is kind of hilarious. But pathing to a place where they can't reach does. So if there's an item up in the trees or something that they can't get to, that's going to cause pathing issues. Although I've just been trying to figure out what's causing pathing issues in this fort for the past while. What might also be partially the problem is the fact that I have to walk all the way around the edge of the map to actually get into the fort, so I should make more gates. This is an undead biome, and there was a siege for a while. The trees aren't eating people. This is a haunted biome, so there's dead things everywhere because all of the animals that spawn on this map are undead. So we, instead of getting, like, wild boar, we get undead wild boars, etc. Just going to suspend all of these jobs. Those corkscrews, glass blocks. And then the tubes as well. All right. Let's just let them collect sand for a little bit. Let's just put a bag in there to use bags, but we're going to use blags. Blags? Bags. Words. Tavern. Goblets. Let's do 300. Which is too many, but that's fine. I'd rather have too many than not enough. Or is it going to put drinks in there? They're basically the same as other creatures, so they're pretty passive against each other, but will attack dwarves. They'll also scare dwarves, which is fun. But yeah, they're pretty much the same as any undead creature. Or as any living creature, rather. If they're an aggressive type of creature, they'll attack you. Otherwise, the dwarves will just go, bah, and then the dwarf will just kind of kill them. But no, they don't really fight each other. Unless it's like a zombified intelligent creature, then it might fight with the other ones if they're part of separate factions. But wild animals, undead or living, are still just wild animals and not really aggro. Which kind of sucks. Like, I really wish that the animals were more believable, I guess is the word I'd use. But they're not, so. I'm not playing cookie clicker chat. You're playing cookie clicker. Yeah, no, undead creatures are exactly the same as living creatures in DF, basically. With no real discernible difference. Let's just do that. Fix that. Make that a little bit more organized. We're going to have to do the most annoying thing on Earth, though, pretty soon. We're going to have to dig through that fucking, what, 8 or 9 Z-level deep aquifer a second time. And set it up so that no water goes in there ever. Otherwise, it's going to plug my magma pipe. Which is going to be fun. Including from, like, right here. Down into there. Ay, ay, ay. I think we'll start from this side. We're also going to have to go up. I'm not looking forward to this at all. If it's not obvious. Actually, you know what? What's going up right here? I'm looking for a big spot. Yeah, okay, so what we're going to do, I'm not going to go straight up here. We're going to do a bunch of different construction zones. Don't want to dig through that at all. All right, so let's just go from here. Direct this. All right, where is a good spot that can dug through? Like right here, maybe. Like where does this pop me out right here? Okay, that would have to go through that, which is not doable. Could be back there. I could do like from down here. That'll be a pain. Well, we could go from there. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just remind everybody about how DF works for a second here, just for like the sake of what Banana said, which is Dwarf Fortress is exactly the same as Dwarf Fortress, regardless of biome. The only difference is what kind of critters you have spawning, right? So if you're on an undead biome, it's exactly the same as a non-undead biome. The only difference is you'll have to deal with undead creatures instead of living creatures. You know what? I think I can do this spot. This is going to suck to dig. This is going to be the worst. I guess the best way to do this is to start from the top. Can you tell that I'm really not a huge fan of really deep aquifers like this one? Really. I mean, yeah, I'm totally fine with like aquifers that are just a few Z levels, but when they start getting as ridiculous as this one was, oh my word. Like it's just pain. Through a 5Z level aquifer? Mm-hmm. Yep. Never want to do that again. Well, I get to do that, but with pumps. I have to pump magma through this aquifer. So I do kind of have a plan of how I'm going to do this. But it's going to be annoying. All right, so you stop there. The way we're going to do this is we're going to channel around it, around where we're digging down to. So we're going to go around each one. So that instead of me having water run in, I will be removing the dirt from it entirely in the first place so that it literally can't do that. But this is going to be a test of my patience, to put it bluntly. Especially because each layer of this is just going to flood. Well, what direction are we going to start this on the surface? Jess, thank you very much for the raid. It's very kind of you. Chat, if you guys don't know Jess, I think she was playing Tavern Master, which uses my favorite Unity asset pack. But thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the raiders? Although they were in a tavern, so they probably already have plenty. How's things, Jess? How was your stream today? Hope things were good. But hello, raiders. I was about to go to lunch, but I guess we'll do another 30 minutes or so before I go to lunch then. The bee egg raid. Yes, naturally. We're about to tackle the most frustrating thing you could possibly do in Dwarf Fortress. I'm building a very deep pump stack through a really deep aquifer. TLDR, it means I'm going to have to go through a really slow, tedious process of removing water from places. Also, welcome back, Clino. Stream was good. Chat went crazy. Well, that's bad. Chat, are you okay? I hear you went crazy. Please, like, report that you guys are all good. Aquifers are love, aquifers are life, until you try to pump magma through them. And they're, like, 15 layers deep. They're not quite 15, but we're close to that. Feels like it. Through a cavern layer. That... Hype madness only? I'm envious. Guess what I have to do? Because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to dig around this. I want to do that from the layer above, though. Let's just go one down so they don't accidentally dig through. Move that. I love aquifers. Aquifers are fantastic. The problem with aquifers isn't aquifers. The problem with aquifers is building through them being tedious, because it is really tedious. Ognet the Mason has created a schist throne named Agath Atur and claims it as a family heirloom. Well, that's going in my tavern. Question, where did you build it? Right there. It's worth almost nothing. It's called the Jungle of Kings. This is a schist throne. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper, and this object menaces with spikes of schists and cave spider silk. And glumprong. On the item is an image of the Lovely Fist, an adamantine figurine of oil empire, and is named in schist. And I will put that in my tavern. Next to a table. It's the fancy table. Throne worthy of a king? Nah. Disagree. Kings need a more valuable throne. So this is going to be the way we're going to have to do this. I'm also going to have to increase the priorities on this. Any artifact weapons? No. We had a helm the other day, but it was made of bone. Not a single weapon. Although I don't really care, and I almost never use artifact weapons. It's very rare that they're actually materials that I want to use. So, and I don't really force them to be certain materials, so. They tend to end up just kind of, for lack of a better term, being useless. Gosh, the fort's laggy right now. Are there any materials worth using that aren't metals for armor and weapons? Leather? Leather makes good armor. As it feels cheaty. Broven? Also, like I said, I never use artifacts as weapons, even when they are available. So I usually just put them on pedestals. It just feels weird to use them as weapons. I don't know. So any particular reason? Yeah, I just don't. It's kind of that simple. All right. Can't use wood. I mean, like, sometimes I will, but generally I just don't bother. I just let the dwarves use whatever they want. Whatever the dwarf thinks is best is usually what I go for. Now, I have a question. My memory isn't the best these days, but it's also not bad. Did you change your username? And if you did, what was your username before? Because thank you very much for the 34th month. But I should know who you are if you've been subbed that long. But thank you. Oh, hi, Prof. Okay, I do know exactly who you are. Hold on. Let me change your username and give you a nickname so I remember who you are. Let me just give you access to your tickets from before. Unless I don't actually have you in the bot anymore for some reason. Yep, my bot doesn't have memory of you. Well, that's sad. Sorry. But I will still give you a nickname so I remember who you are. We did change a bot recently, so it's possible it got lost in there. Some of them did. Time to sleep, you sleep well. Yes, thanks, game. I realized that you encountered more wet sand. Fortunately, it comes with the territory of digging through wet sand. But how's your year and a bit been? Hope it's been good. Yeah, no, that one threw me off because it's like my memory is not the greatest these days, but it's also like not bad. It's like, so I should know somebody who's been subbed to me for 30 months. All right, so this up here. A bunch of slate, which is going to like not have flooring there and there, but I'll deconstruct it afterwards. It's fine. Because I'm going to have to channel out the flooring underneath everything. Also, I swear I said goodnight to Mind, but I'm going to say goodnight again because now I'm questioning it. Good night, Mind. Some sleep, dude. Oh shit, they actually started constructing rock mechanisms. Can also go unsuspend that wall that just got stopped. Unsuspend those blocks. I cannot wait until this whole project is done. It's gonna be so nice. Because this is gonna take so long. See, there's the water slowly dribbling in. All of this water needs to be gone. All of it. Because if any of this water flows in here, it's just going to equal one thing, and that's it's going to clog up my entire pump stack, and I'm going to have to redo the whole thing, basically. Well, not redo the whole thing, but go in and fix it. Which I don't want to have to do after the fact, so we're going to do our damnedest to just do this right the first time. But it's going to take a while. How fast do I usually have it set up? That varies wildly. That's another one of those unanswerable questions. Like, I don't know. I don't always do magma setups, and it varies wildly. Sometimes it's like maybe 2 hours in game. Sometimes it's 50 hours. It highly depends on the materials that I have access to, and also depends on like how much the game behaves and whether or not the game throws monsters at me that want to kill me. Kind of at the point right now, though, where I just want to lock the gate. Also really, really wish I could mine through this. It's just a fucking mushroom that's in the way. Chat with the tricky questions today, though. Yeah, you're talking to somebody, Banana, who doesn't have a build order for Dwarf Fort and doesn't really care what I build usually. Like, normally I have bedrooms set up pretty quickly, but this fort, like, it took me 4 years to get bedrooms set up. So it's like, I don't know. Mostly because the first 2 years were spent just trying to get underground. But this one's going to be very slow just because of the layout as well as the fact that it's haunted, combined with the fact that there's a very deep aquifer and I have to go through a cavern layer to get through the aquifer, which is, none of that's going to be fun, but, Gonna be really slow and tedious. Really, really slow and tedious. Right, so what we're gonna do is I'm going to finish building this, and I'm gonna channel the whole thing out, build flooring in it, and then build walls in the bottom of the next layer. Because aquifers follow the ceiling too. It's a miserable hauling existence. Yeah, no, I mean, long death, it took me like 700 years. Not quite. It took me like 250 years in long death. So that's what I'm going to say is my average, is about 150 years. We're going to assume that long death is the average. Because aside from that, I don't really have an honest answer. All right, let's do that. There's already buildings present there? Okay. I just need conversation right now, chat. And I feel like I get like a kind of impossible to answer question once every few hours. And then whenever we do actually get a conversation going, it just ends with chat being mean to me. So I'm very torn on how I feel today. Has anyone played a world as long as Long Death currently? Not that I'm aware of. Nobody publicly anyway. I mean, probably. Where did that water come from? I mean, if anybody's kept the fort alive as Long Death, nobody's told me about it, so... for whatever that's worth. I mean, it doesn't need to be about Dwarf Fort. I just want things to talk about. Yeah, I think like just most people don't talk about how old their forts are in like the Dwarf Fortress community. It's not like a very common topic of discussion, I suppose. What's that word mean? Sauve? Solve? Suive? Swevu? I don't even know. Hi, Pablo. What up? I can't remember the last time I had any. Is my opinion on chorizo. That's a type of sausage, right? Oh, suave. Okay. I don't believe I've ever seen that word written. So a sex offender? Because I'm pretty sure James Bond is probably a sex offender. He's certainly a predator. But more in like the predator missile kind of way. You have to look it up? Oh, really? It's not really a word that gets very commonly used, that's for sure. It's kind of offensive. Well, he's certainly violently offensive. Like, as in he shoots a lot of people. I'll ever do crossword puzzles? I've done crossword puzzles. I don't do them frequently, though. Not most definitely. I mean, I haven't seen a James Bond movie in, like, maybe 15 years, so. The last James Bond movie I saw was GoldenEye? I rewatched it? I think it was GoldenEye. I remember, like, the car chase sequence from the one that I saw. So if I saw the car chase sequence, I could identify which one I saw last. Yeah, I mean, like, good Mexican food really isn't available up here, so it's not something that gets eaten up here for me very frequently. Also, the one good Mexican place in town closed during the pandemic, so... Outside of that, it's like I have Mucho Burrito, and that's about it. Which is, like, one step above Taco Bell. I mean, to be fair, Pussy Galore is a pretty great name. I think that's maybe the least offensive thing about that movie. I've always just been perplexed by Octopussy because I've never seen any of the movies with Octopussy in it. But Jaws was always my favorite Bond villain. Just because he's so goofy. I mean, Vancouver's pretty big. A small guy. So it's kind of like saying, like, yes, we have a Five Guys in White Rock. Okay, I could go to Five Guys in White Rock. BRB, it's only going to take me 2 hours on the bus. It's like, Greater Vancouver area is pretty big, so. Yes, but Octopussy is the name of a character, not the plural of octopus. So how's that relevant? Sorry, I lost the thread here. Just like Canada. Banana Unlimited. Although the problem with the Greater Vancouver area is I could say that I live in Surrey, but nobody would know where that is. So I say I live in Vancouver, Canada. It's like, I could say that, but nobody would know what the fuck I'm talking about. So it's easier just to say I live in Vancouver, even though it's not technically true. So downtown is like, you live in Bridgeview. Yeah, nobody knows where the fuck that is. It's just like nobody knows where Chilliwack is. Well, actually, that's not true. Vancouver natives know where Chilliwack is. Five Guys might be worth it. Hard disagree. As somebody who's been to that Five Guys once, hard disagree. I can get better burgers at, like, White Spot. Although I know exactly where Bridgeview is, so I know where you live now, old guy. Look at that. Magical. Five Guys is interesting because there's only 2 guys working there and they forget to make your order. It's 5 guys worth of communication fuck-ups, I suppose. But we don't have freedom. I'm from Canada. We're a bunch of communists. Don't you know that? Come on, Pablo. Get with the program. At least that's what social media would have you believe. You see, I despise fast food. So I'm sure Five Guys is fine. But as somebody who despises fast food, it doesn't seem like my kind of restaurant. Very much so. But yeah, there's also like if I want to just go get a a fast food style non-fast food burger that's good, I would go to the not gonna name it because there's only one and it's walking distance from my apartment. It's like 4 blocks that way. That is literally a mom and pop shop, and it's so much of a mom and pop shop that they close at 6 most days of the week, with the exception of Fridays where they're open until 10. Like I think that it's just like a husband and wife that work there, maybe their kid. That place makes good burgers because you can literally like watch them make the patties in front of you. Like they literally have like a Subway type setup, and they will literally just sit there and like mold the patty in front of you and then put it in the thing. So that's it. That's where I go if I want to get good burgers. I'm not gonna go to fucking Five Guys. Also, it's like $9 for a burger, so it's probably cheaper than most fast food places these days. Which it actually explains about how expensive fast food is. Fast food's like kind of not cheap anymore. It was cheap at one point, but those days have sort of ended, I would see. I wonder if that Forgotten Beast is still alive. I guess we're going to find out. From a great burger bar? I think I've been to that particular burger bar maybe twice in the time I've been here. It's good. I'm not a burger person, really. Like these days, whenever I end up in restaurants that serve burgers, I'm usually getting the veggie burger or the Beyond Meat burger anyway, and I don't eat much red meat these days. It's not something I go out of my way to eat at all, especially in a world where like we have really good Korean and Japanese food around here, like an absurd amount of really good Korean and Japanese food around here, to the point where it's just like, why would you ever order fast food when you could just get like Korean barbecue for the same price? And it's just like, if I want to eat meat, I'm not going to a burger place because I can get better food from any Japanese or Korean restaurant. Yeah, which is kind of incredible, actually. They're now like the $9.50 footlongs. Fucking digging into saltpeter? Does that have? Okay, saltpeter also. You can make casts out of saltpeter, can't you? You can. Okay, now once we're down here, we gotta start digging. Holy fuck. $12 plus tax footlong. Yeah, that's, man. It really shows like how violently bad inflation has been in the time that we've been alive. Or like from $5 footlong all the way up to $12.50 footlong. Although I wonder if part of that is because they were forced to make their food quality better because of lawsuits. Like I know at one point they had to make their chicken higher quality because of lawsuits. I need to take a leak. I'll be back in a sec. I made it back before the game finished saving. Would you look at that? They still do have $5 footlongs in some markets. It's a money loser, and the franchises hate it. I'll say this about $5 footlongs. The only thing that's really remained from $5 footlongs marketing, at least around here, is the occasional novelty t-shirt that says $5 footlong with an arrow pointing down. Those are the only things that's remaining from that marketing campaign here. Also, I haven't been in a Subway since before the pandemic, so they might be more expensive than $9. I just remember the last time I was in a Subway the everything from the what was once a $5 menu is now like what was about $9, $10 after tax, which is ridiculous. Because last Friday, me and my dad got Korean barbecue, and we spent it was about $14 each, and we each got, and we had a plate about that big of food to split. And I say about that big, like a cast iron pan about that big full of stir fry to split for about $15 each. It's like, and that's not even a loss leader. Like, they're profiting off that shit. So it's like, yeah, sorry, fast food, you've kind of almost outstayed your welcome in society, I feel. As some parts of the U.S. is still $8.25. Yeah, minimum wage here is quite a bit more than that. Minimum wage here is, what's the word, $15? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that is pretty fucking gross, I'm not gonna lie. I agree, I concur. I don't see any Forgotten Beasts. So fingers crossed we don't run into any Forgotten Beasts when I punch into this down here. But once this is done being padded out, it'll be quite easy for us to just run back up through and build everything. In MA, it's almost $15 and supposed to be that by... Yeah, but like, that's $15 US is like $20 Canadian, right? So, that is actually like a decent minimum wage. But hopefully they get that. Yeesh. Hi, Magna. What's up? How's things? Now we just wait. I had your booster shot today. Had to take an hour walk home. Feet are sore, but you're doing good otherwise? The place that I got all my boosters done, assuming you're referring to COVID boosters, is like a 35-minute walk, so I feel you there. 1874. I was close. Really? Is the Canadian dollar gone up or the US dollar gone down? I'll be honest, I haven't looked. I only look on payday. Oh, wow, it's 125. Damn. It's gone down. Or rather, Canadian dollar value versus it has gone down. Yeah, it's a bit of a dip. It was up. I'll be completely honest. That's actually something that I miss from, like, Trump getting elected, was the Canadian dollar being worth significantly less than the American dollar. It was like, holy shit, money. It was like 155 for a minute there. It was like one of the biggest paychecks I'd ever gotten. Not because anything abnormal happened that month. It was literally just because like the US dollar value skyrocketed momentarily. And I was like, oh hey, I get to get paid a shit ton extra. I have the option between getting paid in USD or CAD, and I take USD. Same with all donations are in USD. Although the reason I do donations in USD is because more people are likely to know how much money that is. People don't really like donating money in other currencies usually because they don't know how much they're spending. But no, it's not rude to ask. Asking, how much does Twitch pay you? That would be kind of rude, but asking if Twitch pays me in USD or CAD, that's not rude. That's a legitimate question. Dwarf suspended the construction of the wall. I thought they finished that one. Doop-a-doop-a-doo-doo. Sub for 5 knock, whatever a knock is. I don't know if I'd say good job. He definitely did the equivalent of dumping a bucket of cold water on a sleeping person to the economy, though. Right, yeah, Norway has the coolest sounding currency name. It's like this one streamer from South Africa that I watch sometimes, and it's like me tipping him, like the equivalent of a day's pay for him is like me tipping about $10. So I could tip him like $10, but it's worth like $80 or $90 to him, which is always weird. I think that's right. Magna? That sounds right. Yeah, currency values is a mess. I do have the option of being paid in Canadian dollars, but I accept money in U.S. currency because I also have an American money bank account. I have a Canadian money bank account. Yeah, it does sound like that. But in English, damn it, I will call it krone. What's it called? I have an American money bank account as well, so it's at their ultra inflation and didn't they just like throw their currency out? Like I thought that they just like reset it and started like they renamed their currency and like redid. I thought they just redid everything. I could be wrong, but I do know somebody who has a framed like I think it's $1 million in Zimbabwe dollars, which is like funny to laugh at, but it's kind of not funny. It really sucks for everybody who lives in Zimbabwe. Like, you don't want to live somewhere with ultra inflation, as fun as it is to have $1 million $1 bills. Yeah, actually, hold on. How much is 1 Russian ruble versus the Zimbabwe dollar? Oh my god. 1 Russian ruble is 4 Zimbabwe dollars. 4.3. Which means Russia's almost as bad as Zimbabwe. Holy shit. What is that in to USD? 0.012. Holy fuck. I haven't looked at that in like a month. Wow. Like a year ago, like 1 Canadian dollar was like 20 rubles. Jesus. That is fucking wild. That is insane. Sorry, but just watching the Russian economy crash has been like shock and awe-inspiring over the past month. No. I mean, I was reading an article the other day, Green Warbler, about how every single country is about to experience some serious inflation. And I know I'm talking in Canadian numbers, so half of you won't know what I'm talking about right now. But somebody else can do the math if they feel like it. I don't own a car, so it doesn't really matter to me. But gas prices here are currently $2.45 a liter. Before I moved out, I remember people gasping when gas hit $1. Which means in like we went from like $1.60 like 6 months ago a liter to like $1 more than that, and it's supposed to go up by another $1. Like, gas prices have effectively tripled in the last 3 months. Welcome to war. The economy is made up and currency doesn't matter. Which means you should give it all to me, right? $1.75 a liter? Currently where you're at? Where are you? Remember when gas was at 89 cents a gallon in high school? I remember my mom driving me to the dentist and filling up gas at closer to the dentist because gas was cheaper. And I remember gas out there costing, I want to say it was like 60 cents or something. I'm like, yeah, we're going to go get the cheaper gas. And it was like 60 cents a liter. That's $1 a liter. All right. And people in America complain about gas prices? Right. It doesn't help that we're also taxing gas out here now to try and encourage people to buy electric vehicles, but everything's more expensive in Kansas, so all the gas stations near you are packed with lines filling up. Yeah, I know somebody who a couple of months ago, right when the war started, and it's like, gas prices are going to go up, he went and filled up every single one of his jerry cans with gas because he uses his truck all the time for work. And he's still working through that backlog of gas that he filled up. He's like, I filled my entire garage up with gas. He's like, no smoking in the garage. Something that I saw posted in a friend group Discord that I'm in. I was like, well, that makes sense. It's like, I'm mad. I can't smoke in my man cave anymore. Why? It's filled with gasoline. Definitely, I have no idea because I haven't seen. But he filled up his jerry cans and then filled up his like his barrels. Like, you know what people use as burn barrels, like actual oil barrels? He was filling those up from his jerry cans. So he was going out filling up little red cans full of gas and then pouring them into his barrel and just doing trips back and forth. He also lives up the street from a gas station, so he can kind of do that. Oh crap, did I put an extra piece in? I put a fucking piece in, god damn it. That can come out. Let's also dump all of these boulders. What's the goal of this fortress? Currently, very slowly dig through this aquifer once again so that I can pump lava from underground up to here. And turn all of that annoying blue stuff into nice warm red stuff. That's the current goal. But as far as bigger overarching goals, we're trying to simply populate this side of the world with, whoops, I'll zoom out a little more so you can actually see what I'm doing. We're trying to populate this area with this faction that we are playing, which is currently completely mountain locked up in here. So we're trying to expand this faction out, and this is my 4th fortress in this world. And I also had about a dozen adventurers in the middle. Well, don't let me tell you how many Russians are in my chat right now, because not most Russians. There certainly are some, yeah, but there's exceptions to every rule. Also, Twitch is actually banning people for spreading Russian propaganda these days, which is fun. Frankly, it's for the best. All right, so we got this now. So I'm just going to do what I did last time, which is lock everybody inside. And keep digging. I don't actually know if there is anybody outside. Nope. I certainly don't see nothing. Uh-oh. There's a bunch of zombie dingoes. Look at that. Normal Australia. Yeah, no, there's definitely some people on every part of social media that have fully drank their country's propagandist Kool-Aid, but... You also got to remember that literally saying shit is committing treason in that country. So... It's a tricky situation to be in, I'd say. That out of the way. It's gonna go down to here. Oh, actually, it's gonna go to there. Yeah, too much Kool-Aid, not enough Gatorade. Why can't we just drink some Gatorade for once? Replace some of those electrolytes. Although, I would like to remind everybody about this wonderful, I do mean wonderful, Lego kit that was announced. This is a Lego rendition of the Russian battlecruiser Moskva, which is available at a Lego store near you. Okay, it's perfectly accurate.
This is madness.
You're welcome. Yo, happy 420, Lamau. Back at you, Hobo. Yeet. I had to up my, what's it called? I had to up my, my sub goal to 420 just for the occasion. I'll drop it back down after tomorrow. Because I know I'm not going to hit that anytime soon. I mean, naturally. Of course it's 420. Okay, so hold on. This meme perfectly encapsulates 420. And yes, it is 420. This meme perfectly displays 420, okay? Does it really fucking matter? I mean... It's illegal to smoke pot and in Denver's 420 festival. That seems kind of counterproductive. You're in that meme and you like it? Yep, pretty much. It's just like, oh yeah, it's 420. Or there's also another meme that I saw bouncing around earlier, which is just people that are too high to remember that it's 420. It's like me on a normal day. Bleh. Me forgetting that it's 420. Bleh. It's just like, yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, I think that a train of that caliber would make you forget what year it is, let alone what day it is, which is probably healthy, frankly, based on the quality of the past year. There used to be a anime convention that happened in Vancouver on 420, and I had a friend that would sell a lot of big titty anime figures at those conventions before he moved back to Edmonton. But he would go to that convention every year, specifically with the big titty anime figures, because he would sell a fuckload of them, because everybody would just go downtown and get really stoned and then wander around at this convention and spend way too much money. Having a job and not being able to enjoy it blows. I completely believe that, yeah. I think that decriminalization is the least that countries can do. It's frankly ridiculous that it's still illegal in so many places. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Also, I will say this as an incentive. I never, ever, ever get high on stream. I'll get high if we hit that sub goal. I know that's a very far away incentive, but if someone is insane enough, I will go grab my vape and smoke a bowl. I don't know enough about American politics to believe that that means anything. So, that's my take on that. Yep. Thanks, game. Although, actually, we can just erase this so that it stops canceling constantly. Go 2 down. Thanks, Hobo. For the 5-pack, dude. Let's knock that out. Wait. And thank you very much to anybody who got hit with that. Cheers, lads. Although I will say this, I'm not allowed to smoke anything indoors, so it has to be a vape. We're itching ever closer to 420. Mate, you got a long way to go. Fucking 91. Or no, 99 subs are needed to hit 420. That's a long way off. So good luck. Man, this is taking forever. I knew that this was going to suck. And it is, in fact, sucking. I am not surprised. We are... That's a big number. 615,895.74 Korean won? What about Japanese yen? Also, why are you looking at it in Korean? What? Loving the interviews in the Steam edition? Hell yeah! Hope you live to seeing it be released. It'll happen later this year. And the reason I say that is because in the most recent one, they basically stated, we're releasing it when Fortress mode is ready. Which I fully support. They should release it when it's done. Initially, I kind of was hesitant, like I think many people in the community are/were, but I know they should just release it when it's done. Glad you're enjoying it. Oh yeah, dude. That's a big number. You agree they shouldn't hurry? Well, I mean, Fortress mode is basically finished, right? Quite literally, Fortress mode is pretty much done at this point. They had, like, as of the last time I spoke with them, they had, like, one more screen that needed doing. Legends mode is also pretty much done. It was just waiting on art. So, basically, it's a matter of bug fixing and art polishing, and then it's done for Fortress mode. And then I assume Adventure mode will probably go quicker once Fortress mode is done, but it'll be out this year. You can't wait? Yeah, neither can I, frankly. But also, I feel like I kind of just brushed it off. Hobo, thank you very much for the 5-pack, seriously. Thank you very much for helping keep this weird channel funded. Today's the first good day we've had in, like, the last 3 weeks. Controller support when? Don't ask for the impossible, sir. I think what's more important than controller support, actually, far and away more important than controller support, is Steam Deck compatibility confirmation. That is far and away more important. Yeah, they do bug fixing rounds before every single release for Dwarf Fortress. Demersis. I know the Dwarf Fortress is, like, legendarily buggy, but, like, when I say bug fix, I mean remove everything that causes crashes, or as many things that cause crashes as possible. Steam Deck, yeah. Steam Deck verification, I think, is more important than controller compatibility at this point. You didn't even consider that? Well, now you just did. You'll just be happy with mouse controls? I'll be happy with it running and it getting good reviews. That frankly, like that, like I know I already like the game, so I don't care what upgrades it gets. As long as it runs and people don't hate it, I'll be happy. That's my requirements. I realize I'm easy, I guess, but as long as it runs and people like it, we good. Because Zach and Tarn have slaved away for far too long for it to come out and be terrible, you know, and get poorly received. And there is still a small part of me that's worried that Dwarf Fortress will come out on Steam and have overwhelmingly negative reviews, which I don't think is going to happen, but I still sometimes wake up and go, oh no! You will buy a copy for most of your friends the second it releases? Yeah. Well. I just hope people like it. And that's kind of the long and short of it. I just hope people like it. while I sit here and wait for the dwarves to run all the way up. All right. Did I ever close that bridge? Yes, I did. Let's do barn block here. Let's just make a little slate block stockpile. It's taking way too long for these to get carried up. Literally just a slate block stockpile. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's actually really sad. I can't gift people games on Steam anymore because the vast majority of my friends on Steam aren't in Canada, and I can't gift anybody in another country with a different valued currency a game on Steam. Like, there was a time relatively recently where I tried to ironically gift Hobo a game that I thought that he might like, that was cheap and on sale, and I tried to, and it's like, you can't do this. I was like, fuck you, internet. So, like, the only way to gift games to people now is to, like, buy them on Humble and then gift it to them, which is why I kind of hope that Dwarf Fortress will launch on something like Humble, but I also kind of don't expect it to. It's like, just because of, like, the currency accounts, it's like I can't gift Cooler games, even though it costs me more than it would cost Cooler, just because Cooler's in Russia. Well, I guess now I wouldn't be able to anyway because, you know, Nightmare Factory of 2022, but... to generate me keys. So I'm going to ask Kit Fox to not give Zach and Tarn money. I don't know how we would pay for the game then. No, I'm not going to ask Kit Fox to do that. I will ask very nicely for Kit Fox to give me the game a week early so that I can make some tutorials and pre-make a Let's Play to launch on day one. And that's all I'm going to ask them for. I can pay them for it. I have a question. Do you want to do the taxes for that? That's my question. Because I don't. Especially then if people are then paying me for that. Absolutely not. If people want to buy the video game, they can buy the video game. I will gift it to maybe one person. That's about it. Yeah, honestly, Steam gifting has just been completely gutted thanks to services, if you want to call them that, like G2A. They've just completely, like, destroyed those systems because of, you know, people's greed and need to sell things, which really sucks. Like, honestly, it just kind of sucks. Slate blocks. Slate blocks. And slate blocks. You feel like they need more than one? I have no idea. Right off? I write off these nuts. That's not a question I can answer. Like, I have no idea. Pablo. So, Hobo, do you have plans for today? Or are you just staying home? I actually am kind of sitting out on a concert I could have gone to today, but it's a band I don't really like. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that I'm kind of indifferent on them. And the tickets were cheap, and my friend has COVID, so the friend that I would normally go with is sick because he tested positive. So he's just like, I'm asymptomatic, but also don't want to get anybody else sick, so I'm just staying home rather than going to a concert tonight. But if you're doing the thing that a lot of people do, Pablo, which is quietly, like, halfway not actually asking if being one of those people who's just like, I'm not asking to beta test this unless, if you're doing that, I genuinely don't have an answer for you. I have no idea. And yes, they'll have more than one. And I would assume Kit Fox is dealing with that. You have work tomorrow and you're doing a D&D? I get you. I had so many people asking me if I'm celebrating today for 420, and every single time it's just like, well, I mean, I'm working, so unless something crazy happens, I don't really see the reason to. He wasn't doing that? Do you know how many people are going to be bug testing? Question mark. I feel like they need more than one. It certainly reads like that. I don't know. Like, to give you an idea, every single time I put up a video about the, like, a news update about Steam DF, I get maybe 24 questions like that. Like, when is the early access release, which number one, Dwarf Fortress can't and won't qualify for Steam early access, purely because there's no logical release date for it, which people don't seem to realize. But because it doesn't actually have a planned release date for 1.0, it can't qualify for Steam early access, which is kind of hilarious, actually. So there's that. Yeah, of course Dampstone's located. No shit. All right, let's just keep an eye out. Right. Forgot about the invaders. No forgotten beasts, meaning I think they probably burned themselves up or died somewhere. Hopefully they're not undead forgotten beasts. Okay. At least I don't need to worry about this area flooding. It's just all going to kind of flow away. Store item in stockpile. Well, on the bright side, chat, we're past halfway through digging through this shit. So that's good. I would say that that's pretty good. But yeah, this is the layer that we need to get to. Down to here, basically. Once we get to here, it should all just be smooth sailing. You can just dig down. But yeah, no, I'll be honest. This whole like development cycle slash announcement plus talk about Steam Dwarf Fortress has, I would say, finally made me realize just how bad the concept of early access is for this industry as a whole. Because my God, the second you try and launch a game as a full release, it's like, it seems impossible just because of how poor the messaging is around any non-early access title. Everybody assumes by default it's early access, regardless of whether or not it is. It's kind of awful, actually. The only way to really describe it. It's kind of awful. Because everything, like, nothing can just, like, be a finished product anymore. Everything's in some assumed state of unfinished mess. And people can't, like, even wrap their heads around the concept of not that now, which is weird to me. It's just so strange. It's such a weird space for the industry to be in. Like, genuinely, it's just really strange. Speaking of unfinished weirdness, though, I do highly recommend you play Shotgun King. This game's fucking fantastic. I feel like Bellinaire the other week talking about Backpack Hero all the goddamn time. just gave it a try. It's so fucking good. Didn't expect to get dunked on the second level. I definitely got dunked on the first level a couple times. Once you get to the point once you figure out how the card system works and how to like loop, that game gets super compelling though. Like how the combo system works in it. It's so neat. You can just like spawn onto the map and like snipe out the king from the first shot. Oh, it's so good. There are combos. Go to the video that I uploaded to my YouTube channel earlier today. The most recent one. Not the short, the most recent video. And just skip to like 15 minutes in. Because when you start just like comboing the whole board in like 3 moves, it's so good. Because it starts just looping essentially when you hit level 10. And it just gets more and more and more progressively ridiculous every floor, and it's super cool. Oh my god, I still have so far to go. Ah! It's taking 10,000 years! Bah. It's also, like, I enjoyed the game enough that I went and gave the developers money on Patreon. That's how much I enjoyed it, which was kind of a lot. So. You're also poised a theory for why I've been consistently asleep around 12 or 1 in the morning. You recently cut back on your cola drinking, which is quite a bit, and it's possible it's done it. Well, I mean, if you're talking like Coke, I mean, Coca-Cola has caffeine in it. So if you cut back on your caffeine intake, I could see that having an impact, yeah. That would make sense. It's a logical thing to assume. I didn't fuck something up, did I? What? Why are you not able to reach? Oh, they're there. I was looking for the wrong thing. No more plus 1 hour a day bedtimes. Oh, really? So you're just like on a schedule now? I mean, that's healthy. Probably for the best, I would say. But yeah, it is unfortunate for those later streams that you don't get to catch. But we'll see you when we see you, Stone. You sleep well. See you tomorrow. I should probably go eat my lunch soon. I've been streaming for 8 hours and I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm just like stuck on this fucking tower. Chat, should I go get lunch? Let you guys listen to a record for a little bit? What do you guys think? Probably go eat my sandwich. I'm like not